Message coming in. Patching it through.
I've received some troubling information, Commander. We need your help. Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
I'm happy to look into it, Admiral. What can you tell me?
All 4 scientists worked on a classified project on Akuz. There was a brutal massacre there years ago. An entire unit was killed by Thresher maws. It was classified as a natural hazard, but the project dates coincide with the attacks.
That can't be a coincidence.
There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne. I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck. 5th Fleet out.
Good morning, Roman Cure, Blade Tervel, Terra, Loner, Ect, Equalitas, Hasdus, Melkor, and of course, Croatia. I don't know Croatian at all, so. Yeah, you know what? Here's what I know about Croatia. There's only one way to know Hasdus. But Hasdus is probably on his phone, which is why he didn't answer. Yeah, I added that yesterday, Hasdus. You and your phones. Kids these days. Bah! Hey, look, we're even in Croatia now. Yeah, what do we got? Whoa, what's with that chop? Whoa! Game! Oh my goodness. What are you doing to me, game? You got it, Rama. Stopping the stream right this second. That's what the chops are. Each of those is a micro stop, just for you, Rama. Of course, these are the great and mighty slopes. Croatia.
Securing point.
So one of my friends last night is like, why do you have a flag on your stream? And my reaction was just in all caps, Croatia! He's like, okay. Just gonna walk away from that. Why is this planet chopping so badly? Look at this. Tell you what, after I take over the world, I'll visit Croatia. It is completely different, Trihexia, but saying if it's better or worse is an invalid question, I think. Because it is completely different. It is still fun, which is the relevant part. I can tell you that yesterday. However, you can no longer go up a completely vertical surface. I don't know if it's like it has more weight so much as it literally just obeys gravity more, which I know sounds like the same thing. But the thing is, in the original, you know this if you've played the original. In the original, the Mako just kind of ignored physics because there wasn't really a physics engine there at all. It was just, you know, the beginnings of a driving mechanism. Oh. Hey, Captain Vice, give me one moment here, please. Thank you very much for the sub. I will jot that down for Resident Evil 8. Speaking as someone who's handled a Porsche, I would say the Porsche probably handles worse. Yeah, it's called the Clone Wars, Rama. You should watch it sometime. It's pretty cool. And to watch the flaming corpse go flying there, because it amused me. Oh, look. No, it was a corpse. Why would that make you weird, Skeptical? Most people I know prefer the old Mako's controls. It's part of the charm. They accidentally into it being awesome. And let's be clear, it was accidental. They really did not actually intend for it to be as good as it was. Whoops. But it was as good as it was. So... Hello, Black Malkin. Good morning. I mean, it handled like crap. That is a true statement. It was terrible controls. It just accidentally into being fun. I feel like I just said that. Yeah. Emperor Palpatine, we need to ask you about the Mako's controls. Good as a point of view, Anakin. The controls are changed completely in the remaster. I'll have to look that up, Kyfrin, because I'm not sure of various things, but either way, thank you, Kyfrin. Always appreciate. Yeah, it's been doing really strange things in my headphones, Monobread, and there are no audio options to speak of other than just volume. So it's not like I can change it off of artificial 5.1 or even onto 5.1 if I wanted to.
Go, go, go! Hold the line! Countermeasure deployed. Fire in the hole!
Oh my god, that's a lot of guys. Holy crap. That's a lot of health, too. Let's just keep that up here. Yeah, I doubt they noticed or cared, Monobrent. I don't mean to sound negative, but so far the Legendary Edition is the same as most remasters. Cheap and lazy. For some reason, companies seem to have this impression that if you just throw together a cheap and lazy remaster, you can make money for little effort. Probably because they can. The AI is not what I would call good, no. No, they didn't figure out AI until the second game. Alright. That was fun.
Think we got him, Commander.
Spooky music. Woo! This is Halloween music right here. That's what it is. You know what? Let's just... Let's just do this. Right. You know, I was thinking about that. Obviously, this isn't BioWare's first game, but that's not really what the definition of a first game is. So, to go through our definitions really quick, Dragon Age Origins is definitely not a first game, because DAO is very solidly built on the bones of Neverwinter Nights, which is built on the bones of Baldur's Gate, yada yada yada. So DAO would absolutely not get the first game tag, but Mass Effect was them trying something different. Branching out a little bit from KOTOR, but ultimately, really, they were trying to do their own thing here.
Stay back! I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard.
Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help!
It's Corporal! Corporal Toombs! You don't get to lie! Not today! Today it all comes out!
What all comes out? I'm listening. But I need you to put that gun down.
You don't understand. I don't want to kill anyone. I want to go to sleep without screaming in my dreams. I want the people who sent me to Aku's brought to justice.
Can't you see that Toombs is crazy? Shoot him!
But if I can't get that, I'll have to settle for killing the men who took my life away.
What did the doctor do to you, Corporal?
We were on Aku's. When the Thresher Maws hit, my entire unit was wiped out. The Thresher Maws, the scientists were studying them. They let them hit our unit just to watch. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
What kind of tests are we talking about?
You can't believe Toombs! He doesn't have any proof! I demand a fair trial!
Ever had Thresher Maw acid in your veins? I have. They wanted to see what it would do. They're part of some organization, Cerberus, that runs secret tests like this. They treated me like a lab animal. This is justice. This man deserves to die. So, are you going to kill me or not?
Yeah, so that is our first reference in this particular playthrough of an organization known as Cerberus. We'll talk more about that later. I just want you to kind of track that as we go.
I can arrest him. He'll answer for his crimes in court.
Weren't you listening? He was part of a secret organization. I don't know what Cerberus is, but they'll never let their operation become public. This is the only way. Are you helping me, or are you killing me?
Yeah, I like how it's shoot him. Which him? But no, we'll do this instead.
Corporal, if you kill him, you're a criminal. But I'm a Spectre. Nobody will question me.
You can't kill me. You don't know who you're dealing with.
He killed my whole unit. I have to take him down myself. It's the last thing I have to do.
No. The last thing you have to do is keep going to show these bastards who won.
It's really over? Maybe the screaming will stop now. I don't know.
All you can do is keep going. Joker, tell the Fifth Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Toombs stares at the scientist's corpse, his hands balled into his fists. Slowly, with visible effort, he opens his hands and exhales. You catch his eye and gesture towards the door. He won't be left behind again. And yes, I know Soul Survivor knows it. Believe it or not, I've played this game before. This is one of the 3 moments in which your 4 moments in which your background actually shows up for a millisecond.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. It's unfortunate Dr. Wayne ended up dead, but based on your report, your actions were understandable. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure. Hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. Thank you again for your assistance, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
You got it, Hackett. So some of you may or may not be aware of this, but the Mako is completely different in
Message
this
coming
version.
in from the brass at Arcturus. Patching it through.
Normandy? Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skyllian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
And yeah, I noticed that, Lothario. The Gagarin system. They talked about the new Mako. Oh my god, here, I'll take another drink.
Commander, urgent message from Alliance Command coming in. I'll patch it through.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett from Alliance Command. We've got a situation here, and you're the only one that can handle it.
What do you need, Admiral?
There's an Alliance training ground where we test weapons and technology in live fire simulations. One of the VIs we use to simulate enemy tactics in the drills is no longer responding to our override commands. It's gone rogue.
Are you telling me this computer is thinking on its own?
We're not stupid, Shepard. This is a virtual intelligence, not a true AI. It's not self-aware, and it can't access any external systems. We didn't do anything illegal here. Virtual intelligence support is critical to our military success. VIs process thousands of status reports and react in nanoseconds. No human can do that. We need you to fight your way through the training ground of the VI core and manually disable it.
Can't you disable it remotely?
Our fail-safes aren't responding. The VI operates on a closed network. It can affect any external systems, but we don't have any direct access to its processes. We could bomb it from orbit, but the damage to the facility would be catastrophic. We'd prefer to have someone shut down the core. Someone like you. I know Spectres answer the Council, but you're still human. You're still part of the Alliance military, and right now we need you. The VI controls all the facility's weapons, drones, and automated defenses. You're the only one that can pull this off, Shepard. Good luck.
Hold up. I'm human? Really? You sure? Yeah, negative. Strategic value, absolute. Some casual world building in here. Get some cobalt. Always gotta have that cobalt. Wow. I don't think I caught that before. This is a Forbidden Planet reference. Or whatever that film's called. What's the name of that stupid movie? What is the name of that movie? Hang on. It is Forbidden Planet. I was right. Damn it. So, yeah, excuse me. Forbidden Planet reference. Well, Trihexia, one of them is a few months old. The other one is not. Alright, let's see. I've probably got some questions here. Yep, I've got about 10 pages of questions. Let's see if I can push through some of these while I roam around here. Narset asked, would the game score be higher if we were playing as FemShep? No, because that's not how reviews work. Cool. Squirrelier than usual. Let's see. I already answered that question. Actually, I already answered. Holy crap, I've actually answered some of these questions. Holy crap. Scroll up. Any game or movie series that you only like one entry of? Yeah, quite a few, actually. Although, of course, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Oh, you know what? Witcher. I only like Witcher 3. Don't like the shows. Don't like the books. Don't like 1. Don't like 2. There's probably others. I mean, I know there's others, but I always have trouble thinking of them off the top of my head. Let's see. Have I been copy wronged? No. Have I played Smash Brothers Brawl? Yes. Why doesn't the council grant their specters gear? If I were to guess, I'd say the answer is politics, but the real answer is because they want you, the player, to actually earn your gear. It's the same reason why when the king gives you, the adventurer, a quest, they don't give you items or money or experience or gear or anything. They just say, go do this. The hardest fight in any BioWare game. Oh, that's easy. The Circothrian fight in Dragon Age Origins. No question. That was trapped there. There's probably something harder in Baldur's Gate, I just don't remember. But as a consequence, I don't really remember it. Then again, Baldur's Gate 2 was a game that was surprisingly easy to snap in half because it was 2nd edition. And 2nd edition was broken as hell. I mean, seriously, you want to be overpowered in 2nd edition? Play a monk. That's it. Anyways, let's see here. Evo question. That's an Evo question. That's a Pillars of Snow question. I don't think they're there right now. Like I said, Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 2 is a game that I would consider hard, but mostly because it's badly designed. It's you know what I mean by that, right? Like, there's a difference between hard because it's well designed and hard because it's badly designed. If you play video games long enough, you know exactly what that means. And Baldur's Gate 2 was hard because it was badly designed. Total lack of feedback on several features. I will never, ever forget the first time I ever walked into the Underdark and I was fighting some Illithids, and one of them did 1 damage to me, and I was like, oh, that's strange. And then it did 1 damage to me, and I'm like, huh, okay. And then one of them 1 damage to me, and then I died. Now, I know what happened now, but at the time, there was no feedback, right? Feedback in a video game terms is something that actually gives you some kind of indication of what's happening. Either a flash when a button is pressed, or a text log indicating what's actually happening, or whatever, right? Something to tell you what is happening, to give you feedback on activity. I don't want to say there was no feedback. There was very little feedback in Baldur's Gate 2. They actually improved that, specifically for Neverwinter Nights, because of Baldur's Gate 2. But at the time, I was just confused as hell. I actually thought it was a bug for the longest time. Anyways. Hang on, so let me delete a bunch of things here. Delete. Pillars isn't here. Plutonia. Actually, I already answered that question. Answered that question. Mr. Red isn't here. A lot of these people aren't here. It's more like a tentacle. Whoops. Evo, silly idea, Spartan. Oh, Spartan's here. What did Spartan ask? How do you feel about the idea of Themyscira has joined the UN and is now providing the standing army for the UN? I mean, I could think of a lot worse people to serve as the militant arm of the UN, but I could never see it happening. Ignoring their predilections on gender politics, there's also the fact that they don't seem to give a crap about what's going on outside of the world unless it involves, you know, their own sphere of influence. If whatever's threatening the world doesn't have to do with gods or monsters, generally they tend to not give a damn. But let's say it just happens. Let's just say they've decided to become the UN's militant arm. Okay. That sounds awesome to me. There's a lot of story ideas you could do with that. I was actually about to say they'd probably actually be effective at it. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Yura. I'm not on with this. Whatever. No music. Native to gameplay. Alright, thankfully there's nobody in this room who's going to kill me.
Shield disabled.
I'm over here, buddy. There you go. There you go. Good boy. Yeah, that's the other... Like I said, Themyscira is not a group that probably would get involved in that because they tend to not give a damn. That's ignoring their... let's call it their out-of-date look at things like morality and rights and all that fun stuff. Anyways, so that's Spartan's question. Let's delete that one. See, Damashi's not here. Latario's here. As I grew up, what technological invention impressed me the most? So you gave 2 examples, the internet and consoles. So, it's cheating to answer, but the answer is the internet. To say I was around before the internet isn't technically accurate, but it is practically accurate, because The internet wasn't particularly widespread for a decent chunk of my developing years. And the internet was a game changer. Like a societal game changer. I was gonna say, how many of you... I don't mean... You don't have to oust yourself here or anything, but... How many of you have not been around before widespread internet? Holy crap! Him. Yeah, that startled me a little bit. They really do. It's kind of... Anyways. But yeah, I have to go with the internet. It's such an obvious choice. Ignoring the fact that I literally use the internet to do my job nowadays, that this is my chosen career. The simple fact is that the amount of access it has offered for double-checking things, for correcting myself when I'm wrong, for staying in contact with people across great distances. Like, I hang out with my friends every night right now. One of them lives like 500 miles that way. The other lives about 700 miles that way. You know?
Fire in the hole!
Oh god, yeah, credit cards. I remember the days before plastic. The irony is, video games have been a part of my life for a long before the internet was a part of my life, which is why that's not really quite on the list as much. Because I've been playing video games that I can remember since I was 3. Freaking AOL, too. That was the thing, wasn't it? Oops, hang on. Someone accidentally picked up the phone. You just lost your connection. Remember when there were specialist programs designed to help you resume, like, internet downloads?
All targets down.
Because it wasn't an innate thing. It wasn't built into the structure of the internet. Well, you see, Gnas, Croatia! Thank you, Voice of Authorita, very, very much. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you. If you want to put that towards something in particular, please let me know. One of the things I used to do. Sure thing. Take your time. Where's my tank? Where's my tank? Not this way. It's really weird to think how much technological advancement has happened just in my lifetime. We've kind of lunged forward in the last 40 years. I don't mean that as any kind of a dig, it's just weird. Oh, I remember my Poindexter. I remember when I couldn't run Total Annihilation properly because my computer simply wasn't capable. Rather than not run at all, it just ran extremely slowly. Like, it was incapable of going above, effectively, -10 speed. Oh god, I remember my first microwave. That was a weird one. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. You got it. And thank you again. And thank you, Croatia, for being a part of the stream. I will put that towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you. Yeah, I could pull out a whole lot of I'm old anecdotes.
Shields down.
And I don't mean it as kind of a, you know, oh, the good old days, and I don't mean it as a, oh, I'm old. It's just kind of interesting, really, to think about how much things have changed in, well, again, in my lifetime. It's been a unique point in history, I think. And then I'm going to conquer the world. Anyway, so.
1 down, 3 to go.
I will say, if I had to pick one other technological innovation that blows my mind, it would be 3D printing. The very concept of 3D printing is certainly something that's been theorized for an extraordinarily long time. But the fact that it's not only functional, but serviceable at this point, in fact, it's even accessible at this point, is just kind of... 3D printing first actually came across my table in the medical field because of printing organs, specifically. But, yeah, that's a weird one to think about. I was once telling someone about 3D printing as a concept. They thought I was making it up. They thought I was lying to them. This is well after 3D printing was a thing, by the way. I mean, hell, I could have a 3D printer myself, and it's not actually all that expensive to get the printer or the materials. Oh, I hate AI-generated art. That's disgusting. I've decided to kill all the AIs. What would I print? Well, I'd probably print a question from Mr. Red if I had to. I believe I have one in the queue. Let's see here. Thought I had one. Hang on. Damashi, Latara. Oh, there's the Latara question. Oh, I just answered that one. There's a disco question. Who's not here? There it is. Mr. Red asks, would the Gandalf scene in Two Towers be a negative? Yes, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
No question. I love the Lord of the Rings trilogy. A lot. The movies, not the books. But that's a big negative. Thank you, G. Corpus. I will jot that sucker down. The Urquan Masters. Would it be in the book? I don't know. The book would probably be a lot of negatives, to be just completely blunt. I know. Sacrilege, but, I mean, goddamn. Anyways. Worst character Balthier ever voiced. Oh, yeah, I was going to look this up, so hang on. Gideon Emery. Hang on, we got to AFK for a second. Hit the stream breaks. Was the worst. We'll limit ourselves to video game because I don't know his TV stuff. He's in General Hospital, and whatever character he plays in General Hospital is probably the worst character he's ever voiced. So let's just ignore that. let's go down to video games. Let's see here. I'm gonna assume worst as in, like, the least interesting character. No, the character's name is Jax, apparently, which is even funnier. Let's see here. He does play Criminal in Kane and Lynch 2. I answered it 5 seconds ago. Which technological innovation was the one that most blows you away? And then we talked about the internet for 5 minutes. That was the question. We just talked about it. It's literally what we were just answering. Yeah, I was just looking at all his Skyrim credits like, geez Louise. Honestly, Stormcloak Soldier might qualify. Voices a lot of people in Tor. Of course we knew that. He's the Seneschal in Dragon's Dogma. That actually might qualify. And of course he's Poseidon in the God of War series. Who's Governor Sloan in Halo 5? Yeah, it's almost like I actually have a question queue that I hold on to, Lotario. You never believe me. It's weird. Well, anyways, so we've got a Damashi question.
Coming in.
Question.
Patching it through.
Commander Shepard, my name is Nasana Dantius. I have a job for you. I can't say any more in an unsecured communication. If you're interested in hearing my offer, meet me on the Citadel so we can talk in person. I'll be waiting in the Diplomat's Lounge on the Presidium.
Okay. But I just got here! No, I mean Halo 5. Lotario asks, if World War II never happened, which roll to disbelief, characters like Captain America, Superman, and Wonder Woman not exist. So I assume you mean in real life, and not in character, because obviously there's nothing to do with that. But Superman and Wonder Woman would almost assuredly still exist. Having said that, Captain America probably would not. Yeah, Soups predates World War II. I'm not sure about Wonder Woman. But I know Superman does. First migraine I've ever had. Baron's not here, so I won't answer that one. Trihexia's not here. There's another Lotario question. Oh, I've actually already answered that one. Never mind. Hang on. Umbral Magnus isn't here. If the alien civilization's on the level of the Citadel races, wouldn't they just take advantage of humanity? Because we wouldn't be able to compete with them on any level. Well, that's an interesting question. It's kind of like saying, well, given the fact that Germany and France are just stronger than a lot of the other European nations, why don't they just take advantage of them? Okay, I suppose that's a bad example, but my point is, it doesn't really bother me that much that a nation decides to, let's say this as nicely as we can, not be evil, because it's a semi-common thing for nations to not be evil when it comes to weaker or smaller nations. Even going as far back as when politics was a lot more cutthroat and a lot more ordinary in terms of wars and conflict and all that fun stuff. In what I like to call the Casus Belli era, it was still a semi-common thing that nations would try to stand up for smaller nations, even if it was only because they actually had something out of it. Having said all that, it's very easy to assume why the Council nations didn't want to just immediately go to war with and conquer humanity. Because the Council is all about maintaining the status quo. And the status quo tends to mean peace, stability, and prosperity. And that tends to be at odds with going and conquering other nations and other species. Furthermore, they also have regular experience with going and flexing their military might in ways that cause problems. No, Loke, no. But thank you. The question was, what is the worst character Gideon Emery voiced? So I was looking at characters Gideon Emery voiced. I was curious who that particular character was in Halo 5, since I have not played Halo 5.
Driving these synthetic bastards out of this system.
Either way, it doesn't exactly bother me that they decided not to go stomp humanity into the ground. I suppose that's all I have to add to that. Let's see here. Cashel asked a question. Cashel's not here. Lataria, there's a lot of Lataria questions here. Is Captain Anderson a look at how Commander Shepard would have turned out if not for the Reapers? No? Actually curious where that's coming from. Let's see here. Hey, let me hack this mineral really quick. God, what is with this ground chop all of a sudden? Come on, Legendary Edition. You're supposed to be better, not worse. I know, lazy. What is the visual storytelling meaning behind Siren's hologram being so much larger than everyone else and looming over everyone? Actually, I like to think that there's no significance of that. Instead, it's just the fact that the Council's main hologram is just this gigantic thing. Because they're big and demonstrative, and they've got that big, like, arena-looking spot where people... I mean, for God's sakes, people have to go out onto a podium to address the council members over here. There's a whole lot of pomp and circumstance in that stupid room. Hello. Likes the thresher. What are you doing, Shepard? I want to kill the Thresher Maw. Are you crazy? A little bit. Potato, potato, as they say. Anderson saying specters are not born but made. Do you think Shepard is better than other people in the galaxy? No, that's stupid, and that's also not how that works. So I have been focusing on just using two companions I almost never use in Mass Effect 1, which is Tali and Kaidan. Get some questions here. Excuse me. Sean isn't here. Melkor Blade isn't here. Oh, wait, that's not even a question. That's just a statement. Is Saren a failed Shepard in that he is what Shepard would have been if his spirit was broken by the Reapers and gave in to despair and all sorts of other fun stuff? So let's be very clear. Unlike the Anderson comparison, the Saren comparison is very apt. Saren is I forget what they actually call that in literary terms. It is absolutely a dark mirror kind of a situation. Foil, there we go. I think there's a freaking term for it. It is Saren is absolutely a foil to Shepard because he's talented, skilled, has resources, experienced, veteran, you know, just like we are. The catch is Saren was always a dick. In fact, as has been mentioned, he is an extreme renegade before he interacted with any of this crap. He is a very good insight into what a severe renegade Shepard could and arguably would be if you play him that way. Who, Loner? Oh yeah, he was a big ends justify the means guy. Despite what Anderson says, I don't think he was psychopathic. I do, however, think he was very doesn't give a crap what gets in between him and his mission. Well, that's because we're the player character, Lothario. It's also a total lie, but let's not get into that. Yeah, Saren's a pretty good example of a Hammer character. We've talked about that in a lot of fiction. Because a Hammer character tends to just bam, 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 their way through any situation without, you know, anything else really going. Just bam, 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 and that's their approach. Hammers have their uses. There is purpose and point behind hammers. Yeah, Mass Effect 3. What the hell is Quantum of Solace? Hang on. It's apparently a Bond game. $50. Okay. Thank you, Rama, for the bit. I'll put that towards Quantum of Solace. PS3. Okay, hang on. I'm on page 2 of 10 right now of questions here. Roman Cure's here. That chop. What is with the chop here? Come on, game. So, you said that if you were a god, your commands would be, don't worship me, be cool, and don't... Oh, actually, I did answer that. Never mind. Is there did they ever publish a Mass Effect Bible like they did for Fallout? Not that I'm aware of. Actually, I already answered that question. Loner asks, do I think credits are tied to a commodity? It's a good question. Let's just Google it. No, it is a floating currency. There you go. It actually says right there. Also, they tend to prefer not doing hard currency because it can be stolen or counterfeited. That's actually funny. So there you go. Hard answer is no. Let's see. Questions. Someone added a new question. Hang on. I'll be there in a minute. Stop blowing me up. Okay. I don't think Space Cadet is here. I do think Zed Slayer is here. Thank you very much, ma'am. I will jot that down for Croatia! I mean, Urquan Masters. Let's see here. Natario asks, did you notice I stepped out? I hope you didn't answer any of my questions. If I had a cantina, what planet would it be on? Mass Effect? The Citadel. Which, actually, probably not, because it's probably ludicrously expensive to afford real estate on the Citadel, but if I somehow had infinite credits because I exploited the glitch, then I'd be on the Citadel. If that's not an option, man, I don't know. All these planets kind of suck. Novaria is probably either more expensive or substantially less expensive. No, Earth doesn't suck, but it's still Earth. If I wanted to have a tavern on Earth, I'd have a tavern on Earth. It's not that hard. I'm already on Earth. And there's Dr. Wenchu, who has asked the first of the 15 questions about the difference between the ammo and the heat. I guess we could talk about it. Of course, Loner. I mean, where else is there in this frickin' setting? Want to go to Omega? Alright, so let's talk about the damn ammo thing. I don't want to. It's a dumb conversation, but let's just go and have this conversation real quick. You ready for me? Alright. So, the obvious change is, in one case, you have heat. Every shot you do generates an X amount of heat. The amount of heat it generates is based on the specific gun in question. Every gun has a different heat value. Once it overheats, then you have to wait several seconds for it to start cooling off, and then once it has successfully cooled off, you can go ahead and start shooting again. This is, in every way that matters, a cooldown method of ability use. I know that the gun isn't really an ability use, and by most definitions it's white damage. Just bear with me on this, okay? So the advantage of this system is that it gives you, the player, a tremendous amount of control over when and how you shoot, so long as you're very carefully managing your gear. Because you can then decide if you want a sniper rifle that will max out your heat every shot, but does tons of damage. But you also have the decision as to whether or not you want to completely avoid that or have continuous fire. You are rewarded for being on top of your own heat management and making sure you don't overheat, blah, 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 blah. Even the Mako follows this system if you're paying attention. I'll demonstrate momentarily. If you look in the lower left, you will notice the heat slowly rising there. You notice it's kind of rising in weird, like a weird stuttering. That's because it's actually going down as it's heating. The heat sink, if you will, is trying to keep the heat down even as you're firing. Now, this isn't true for all guns in this game, but that is a thing to be kept in mind. Boom.
Get rid of it as soon as possible.
Right. Okay. So, just holding it down. If I do this, you'll notice it doesn't even go up, like at all. You can actually go as far as this level of burst while still not raising the heat at all. And yes, I know hazardous. I have played this game before. Now, the benefit of this system is exactly what I just said. In a pure gameplay perspective, what it does is it puts more of how you shoot on you. That is the benefit. It also means that the heat stat of weapons matters. Ammo. So you might think, what's the gameplay benefit of ammo? Or, by which I mean, you might think there is no gameplay benefit of ammo. But if you think that, then you've never played any proper FPS ever made, ever. Ammo is something that is a controllable resource. It is something that the developer has actually total control over in order to try and design when and where and how and what. Good ammo design really boils down to good itemization, something we bang on about all the time. Probably the last game we've covered that really dived into this topic was Doom 64, which actually went out of its way to use ammo drops and health drops and all those fun things, not just as a way to distribute them properly, but to encourage you to maneuver throughout the map, to indicate places where you can go or stuff you can interact with, and to give you, to kind of make backtracking a little bit more interesting. Did we already get this one? That looks like we did. Make backtracking more interesting as you're going through an area again with respawns or new spawns or whatever. Ammo also means that you are, I don't want to say forced, but it is within the developer's means to force you to use multiple different guns. Because in the heat system, you can literally use one gun, and for all intents and purposes, you have infinite ammo. You will never run out of ammunition on that point, because that's not a concept. You'll just overheat and can't shoot it for a few seconds. Whereas with true ammo, you can just run dry of your assault rifle ammo and have to switch. Well, that's a good or bad thing is debatable, but if you're paying any kind of attention, you'll notice that the heat system puts more of the choices and options in the player's hands, whereas the ammo system is putting more choices and options in the developer's hands. So, the heat system kind of speaks for itself, and is, if we're being completely honest with ourselves, a much simpler system. An ammo system seems simple, but it very much isn't, as many bad FPSs will be able to tell you. An ammo system takes a lot of work to actually make work properly, because you need the conjunctioning systems, the systems that connect to ammo, to also be running and operating smoothly, in order to be able to have ammo work. So that's the first biggest and most important thing about the variance between the two. Second thing is hacking. You gotta hack. Very important. Can there be a mixed system? That's an interesting question. I mean, you could have a gun. So, okay, is it possible to be a mixed system? Battletech. Because in Battletech, there are there's actually three, but there's two broad types of weapons. There are lasers, and then there's everything else. If you have never played Battletech, well, you've played Mass Effect, so congratulations. You already know how it works. Lasers use the heat system. They have effectively infinite ammo, and they can fire forever, but you have to manage your heat. Ammo is ammo. it's possible to run out. And in Battletech, well, there's no refills. So you're just kind of making sure you brought enough ammo to deal with the whole fight. It's one of the reasons why, in lore, most battle mechs usually have at least 1 or 2 lasers on a mech, even if they don't use them all the time, because it's there for extended operations. I mean, that's true to Koida, but that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about. So, the point is, you have ammo, and you have light heat. There you go, boom, 2 systems. Or you have infinite with heat, I guess is probably a better way to phrase that. 12, Mr. Red. Maybe more. So... Oh... that's a good question, Act. I don't actually know. So, I'm gonna go with... I have no idea. I suppose it's possible that laser weapons will eventually run out of power, but if I understand the technology at all, I think it would take the mech running out of power for their laser weapons to run out of power, so... That... I mean, yeah, that would be pretty bad, but by that point you've got other problems, you know what I mean? Anyways. So, heat weapons, and... Woo, there. Come on! Heat weapons versus ammo. So, let me go ahead and say right now, as a game design enthusiast, as a reviewer, as someone who loves game design, I would probably pick ammo over heat if I had a choice. Simply because of everything I just said. There's more you can do with it. There is just straight up more you can do. More design, you can do more about level design, you can do more about encounter design, you can do more about gun variety. There's more you can do with ammo. And I was about to point out, an ammo system, a proper ammo system, can also have alternate types of ammo. Now, it's worth noting Mass Effect 2 does not do that. Mass Effect 2 has a generic buff, which changes your ammo, which is neat, but that's not what we're talking about at all. Alternate ammo is like ammo that specifically changes your damage type, or changes your projectile range, or makes you do more damage to synthetics, or whatever. The same kind of thing the ammo buffs actually do in this very game.
Got it.
Ooh. Is that it? Looks like that's it. Okay. Now, obviously, there's all sorts of fun stuff you can do with that, which they, don't. But my point is, in an ideal situation, ignoring the Mass Effects, I did already get that. So I guess I've gotten everything? Whatever. Ignoring all of that, in a vacuum, I would prefer an ammo system, again, because of the design side of things. Now, in the actual games, just removing the realm of the hypothetical and focusing on Mass Effect 1 and 2, which do I prefer? Ask me again when we're about halfway through Mass Effect 2, and I'll tell you. Okay, got that discussion out of the way. Let's see. Delete. Act says, what about member feature on YouTube? Yeah, that's right. What is the member feature on YouTube? It's probably a thing. Probably. I will say this. I don't think that the heat system is going to be a positive to gameplay. Because it isn't. It's... Like I said, it's kind of the absence of design. It doesn't really... There's no design to it. There's nothing there. It's not a positive. Now, it's not a negative. Whether or not ammo is a positive or not depends on everything else. Because, again, ammo itself isn't really the point. It's the itemization, the level design, the gun variety, etc. afraid not, Kay. However, I was going to play music for you, but for once there's actually music playing on the planet. There you go. So YouTube, hang on. I'm getting my report from my Croatian allies here that the member feature on YouTube involves certain benefits, the most common of which is that channels are allowed to use special channel emotes and stickers. Can I think of a way to use a heat system to direct gameplay the same way as an ammo system? No. Let's just get that out of the way. However, there is a way that I have seen to make a heat system work in level design. In other words, in order to do something with level design, in order to inform the heat system. Water. Anybody who's played just about any BattleTech game knows what I'm talking about, but for those of you who don't, there are, in some specific levels, pools or rivers or whatever, which you can then place strategically that allow the player to just fire that kind of stuff infinitely. Because your cooldown is substantially faster. Your heat removal, your heat sinking is substantially faster when you're standing in water. And basically other environmental stuff like that. For example, in some BattleTech games, if you're out in atmosphere, that is to say out of atmosphere, no atmosphere, let me just say that clearly, then you're screwed if you're using too much heat generation, because at that point, your heat sinking is terrible. So you have to be very, 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 very careful with your heat generation. God, this is so laggy. Very, very careful with your heat generation, because it will absolutely spike very quickly. And yeah, you can do the same thing with deserts, you can do the same thing with rainforest. Like, there's a lot of situations where essentially the terrain becomes part of the level design because of how it interacts with your heat. I thought that's what Patreon was for, Azus. But yes, going back to my Croatian allies here. Or should I say Croatian overlords? Apparently, one of the other things you can do is you can release videos early for people who are members, which, honestly, that sounds like a weird benefit to me. What's the point of that? Yeah, don't bring 4 PPCs to a desert world or to outer space. It's not going to work out well. Apparently, they added ice planets in MechWarrior 5. That's awesome. Energy! Never smoke hookah. No. Ignoring the fact that I don't like to do anything that, you know, messes with my brain, because I don't like being out of control of myself. That includes just alcohol. I'm also very allergic to certain things. Mostly marijuana. But I also don't particularly care for any type of smoke, regardless of what it is. So even if I didn't have an allergy, and even if it didn't affect me, I still probably wouldn't do it, because that would just be a smoky death doom. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of smoky death doom. So, no thank you.
I thought one of those outposts would be the main base of operations for this incursion.
Hold on. This receiver's picking up some kind of transmission. Based on the signal strength, I'd say it's coming from inside this star cluster.
It must be a message from the primary Geth base. We can use this signal to lock onto its location and take them out.
Cool. I guess we'll do that then. Time to kill me some Geth. All right. Let's see here. So, next question. Did I know there's a... Oh, Pillars of Snow isn't here. Hang on. Do this here. Well, there's a snapshot for you. Worst character in Mass Effect 1. Oh, no. Worst character in Mass... I actually already answered that. That's kind of right. Kind of lame. Space Cadet isn't here. Didn't read that. My great-grandfather was in the military. Do I think he would have had a similar xenophobia, not what I would call it, that Ashley and Presley and 50% of the other characters in this game have towards non-humans? Yes. Has my opinion on the genophage changed over time? Probably, but I don't know how. Pillars of Snow says, did you know there's a garlic bread cleric domain homebrew? Honestly, Pillars of Snow, if you told me that there was a Barney the Purple Dinosaur domain for clerics in Homebrew, I would not be surprised by that. But in answer to your question, no, I did not know that. Ross isn't here. Crazy Norse isn't... Oh, no, I actually already answered that. I answered that one too. I answered several of these. As the ripping them through. Delete. Zactef says, do you think the Jedi Knight story would be better if after the Tython level and after the knighting ceremony, it would make it feel more rewarding us making it to Jedi Knight and the same thing happened to Kira? I don't see a question there, but I'm leaning towards no. Yeah, as much as I hate to sound pro screw the other guy, honestly, as has been mentioned before, the galaxy is very tribal for reasons that make sense at this point in history, in universe. Have a good day at work, Zactaft. So, that's the end of that statement, I suppose. Not a fan of it, but then again, I'm not a fan of tribalism when taken to an extreme in general. So, what happens in Clock Tower 2? What the heck is Clock Tower 2? Ross asked... What was Ross's question? Oh, never mind. Ross asked a question that was him memeing. So we're going to delete that question and horrifically murder Ross, as you do. Now, let's see. We've got a couple of ways to horrifically murder Ross. How do we horrifically murder? I do like poison, and I do like donuts. Those are both awesome options. Delete, 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 delete. Delete, delete, delete. I've actually answered quite a few of these. A lot of these are also not questions. We have 3 pages of actual garbage because the bot just broke down trying to keep track of these questions. Sierra Mike? I think Sierra Mike's here. Which is... So I'll ask this of the crowd. Which is more fun in regards to physics, the Warthog or the Mako? And let's go with the original Mako to keep it simple. I thought I saw you earlier, Sarah Mike. As much as I do enjoy the Warthog, and I do, especially co-op, I think I'm actually going to default to the original Mako. Because while the Mako, in terms of combat, is just worse across the board, and it is. Worse viscerality, worse collision detection, worse guns. But the Mako is much more fun to climb up 90-degree walls with. God, what is with this lag? I'm gonna look this up. Yeah, the Mako is just... Go have fun for a minute. Let's see. Delete. Which is better, the Mako or the Nomad? The Nomad. Would you rather have the power of anime or the power of love on your side? I mean, the power of anime would mean I could win any fight. Until I lose. But, because I have the power of anime, I could then turn it around and win. So, I'd probably take the power of anime there. The Nomad is from Mass Effect Andromeda. Okay, so is that this cluster? Oh, no, it's a new cluster. Here we go. Well, yeah, against Superman I'd lose, but I should, because it's Superman. Because Superman would beat Goku 10 times out of 10. Let's check it. Come on, really. What? Natanban is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of ammonia. Molecular nitrogen is present in the highest levels of the atmosphere, giving the planet its odd violet tint. The upper levels of Natanban's atmosphere are inhabited by shoals of tiny ammonia-based life forms, no larger or more complex than plankton of Earth's oceans. Held aloft by air pressure and wind, these bioluminescent creatures constantly flee the approach of the Terminator. Should they be exposed to the heat and light of the Grissom, they die. Oh, they're totally made bigger. No question. If this was to scale, we couldn't even see them on this map right here. Well, let's see here. Answered that question, answered several of these questions. Which do you prefer? Heat or bullets? Yeah, we got that question a few times. Which do you prefer? Thermal clips or, yeah, cooldowns? Delete. Orkano asked a question. I'm not sure if Orkano's here. Would I buy a Mako racing game? Probably not. Is Cashel here? Because that's a weird one. Oh, there's Orkano. Orkano says, what is the best fictional pet? Now, you say pet specifically, so I'm going to exclude all Pokemon, because Pokemon are sentient, sapient beings, and therefore they're not really pets so much as partners. That's like having a roommate, not a pet. So no Pokemon. So, best pet in fiction. Okay. Yeah, I was actually thinking about Phoenixes from MLP if I had to pick a specific thing. Yeah, but cats aren't fictional pets, Act. You have to pick a fictional pet. Whoops. Yeah, chocobos would count, although that's a hell of a... That's like having a horse as a pet, which... I mean, that's valid, but, man, that's an expense right there. If you can afford a horse as a pet, why the hell are you watching me? See, the other one I was debating is dragons, or more specifically, oh, what are they called? Wormkin or something like that? From Forgotten Realms. Although rich people have better things to do with their time, Yura. That's the idea. A Silt Strider. Pseudo-dragons. That doesn't sound right. But we'll go with pseudo-dragons. Little dudes, you know, they're like this big. And they're cute, and they're like... So we've got pseudo-dragons, we've got phoenixes. Type an exclamation mark and then the letter Q, and then just your question. Hang on, I have to murder Ect really quick for some reason. Give me 1 second. See, sharks aren't fictional. One second. I mean, a familiar is basically a pet anyways, right? Oh, there we go. I wonder if our frame rate's being weird. Let's see if that helps. I'm gonna laugh if that fixed it. Oh, there you go, a head crab from Half-Life. There's a great pet. Don't worry, it's been defanged. Come on, Lamar. Alright, let's see what else we got here. So Cashel asked Rex versus versus the time-displaced Terminator Jedi 3-year-old Jake from Ride to Hell Retribution. I think we know who'd win that one, Cashel. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, Rex. I think that fixed the stutter. That's hysterical. So there you go. If you're having stutter issues, cap the frame rate. It apparently does not know how to handle having a high frame rate. Rex versus Worf? You know, honestly, I think they would start fighting, and they would both enjoy the fight so much that inside of like an hour, they'd both be friends for life. Just swapping stories, you know? They've even both got a little bit of the good old days thing going on. But yes, Rex would stomp Worf like a bug. Let's be very clear about that. Yep, that's what I wanted to do. Yep. Oh, yeah. Very intended. Oh yeah, by the way, in the Trek rewrite, there will be no Worf effect, because it was always stupid. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Obviously we'll use Worf effect, because the Worf effect as a trope is fine. What we will not do is have Worf constantly have his ass handed to him because of bad writing. Worf is going to be a badass in the rewrite. Because he is! Make sure. There we go. Yeah, Worf will have the flu instead. Alright, let's see here. So... what do we got here? How many negatives can you give Lotro for backtracking? Is every zone 3 negatives for backtracking? I'm going to be completely real. Because of how Lotro is constructed, every micro zone could get 3 negatives for backtracking. So that's, what, like 3 for the Lone Lands, for example? Oh my goodness. Oh, the backtracking in Lotro's terrible.
You're good to go.
Just absolutely terrible. There are aspects of that game I love to death. Really. But, good God, that is a game that would be many negatives to gameplay. So many negatives to gameplay. I'm getting ass. What's funny is you don't really have to change the story at all. Just fix up the gameplay, you know? Class design is... I'd say about at the level of Tor's class
Good to
design.
go.
Thought that one had my name on it. Bring it on.
Good as new.
Ollie, could you please stop dying horribly? I was gonna say, of all the MMOs we're reviewing, I'm not sure we're gonna have one that's gonna have worse gameplay than Tor. That's that stupid thing. I hear him. There it is. ESO doesn't have as bad of gameplay. And WoW is going to be king of gameplay. And that's it. Those are the other MMOs. Since we're not covering Lotro, which wouldn't surpass it. As the last Geth falls, you hear music from across the room. On the monitor, a Quarian stands before a hushed crowd, warbling a mournful capella of worlds and innocence lost. The recorded song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil, and the transmitter shuts down. Dun dun dun. A Lotro review would be terrible. It would be awful. You really do not understand how bad a Lotro, how boring and empty and vacuous a Lotro review would be. Every single tiny little action would take 5 times longer than it does in every other game, ever. It would be slow and boring, and it would take forever. That's why Lotro is forbidden. Because nobody wants to watch 2 months of me being like this. Let's just pretend. Let's just play pretend for a second, okay? Excuse me. Maybe you could help me. I was just recently coming into this region, and I feel like I've lost my way a little bit. I'm trying to head east. There's an outpost I'm trying to find. Maybe if I was able to recompense some of the losses I've suffered on this trip, it would actually work out a little bit better. Maybe you could head south to the Duntaranane, and in the south you might be able to find some creatures. These creatures are reported to have these wonderful dewbacks that you could pull out and plop them onto the original trilogy for absolutely no reason. If you could get me these dewbacks, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, no problem. Now, I physically can't show you, but imagine I had to get to those mountains over there for the quest. And you kind of have an idea of just how long and slow and boring and sloggy Lotro really is. That's one quest. Hang on, it gets worse. So let's say I just finished that quest. It's been 20 minutes. I've gotten back. Oh, thank you for doing my quest. Here's 2 more quests. And that's Lotro. I have, on my main, one of the fastest mounts that it is possible to have in Lotro. It's, to continue the parallel, probably about this fast. You can't even get this mount until you get to Rohan. So, because Mr. Red doesn't even know the mount I'm talking about. I'm talking about the special combat mounts you get in Rohan. There's a light, medium, and heavy variant, and the light variant is substantially faster than the other 2. And I have one that's designed for speed. If you actually had a regular mount, this is about your speed. Oops, hang on. Put it that way. That's not going to let me run. There we go. This is about your mounted speed, like your actual mounted speed. It is faster. I tend to use the goat because, oh yeah, by the way, Mr. Red, spoilers. Once you get to Moria, you can't use regular mounts in Moria. The only type of mount that works in Moria is a goat. It's a rep grind. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Getting a goat is a rep grind. If Michael Bay's designs are visual noise, what about the designs from the Bumblebee movie? Nostalgia bait. They look cool, though. I like them. Not because of nostalgia, I just think they look cool. Do I consider Injustice Soups not Soups because his character portrayal is not portrayed as Superman is? Yes. Although that gets into a little bit into nature versus nurture, but I still stand by it. Triaxi says, what are your thoughts on the difficulty spike? Yeah, this game doesn't have a very good difficulty curve. What to say about that? If Daedric princes exist in the real world, would you consider those gods? No. What if humanity was on the cusp of space travel when the cycle happened? How do you think humanity would have developed? We probably would have become the next Protheans. So, spoilers, but we know that there's usually one dominant power every single cycle. That's the norm. It is, in fact, one of the reasons this cycle is so unusual is there is no one dominant power. The closest we have are the Asari. And even they aren't a preeminent power like most other organizations tend to be in previous cycles. So I think with total certainty that humanity would have been the dominant power of the next cycle if that happened. Do you see humanity in Mass Effect being Japan in the 19th century, an isolated nation behind the other countries, but once they become part of galactic society, they can go toe-to-toe with them? Interesting comparison, but we'll go with yes. Oh my god, I have so many pages of questions still, and I think these questions are up to like today's. What would Shepard's life have been like without the Reaper thread? I have no idea. I don't even have the beginnings of information to judge that with. What you're basically asking is, write Mega Man X. Write Mass Effect without the Reapers, which is actually an interesting what-if scenario. But it's such a sea change that I don't have the beginnings of an answer for you. What's my opinion on Minecraft? It's fascinating in its own way. I hope to review it someday. I have no personal interest in it at this point because I've played it to conclusion, or at least to my own satisfaction. I suppose that's all I got on that one. Why do I think that as far as we've seen, no races built up heavy defenses around the relays as initial defense force to stop a system from ending the system cold? Bad writing. What do I think of the George Lopez sitcom? Never heard of it. Answer this one, answer this one. Does the Galaxy Map theme give anyone else flashbacks to school field trips, to aerospace museums, or planetariums? Don't think I ever heard any of the music in those. Which is better, the power of anime, the power of love, the power of friendship, or this gun you found? Oh, I think you know the answer to that one. Is Morinth the most evil Mass Effect companion? Yes. What makes you have so much faith in Rex to improve the Krogan's people? Can a single person change a race with thousands of years of history, in which extreme violence is a matter of course? What if he dies 6 months into his project? And is he truly loyal to you when he will threaten to kill you more than once if you don't support his goals? So, what makes me have so much faith in him? He's my bro. Can a single person change a race with thousands of years of history? I sure hope so, because that happens all the time in real life with our current, very violent human history. What if 6 months into his project he dies trying to improve his people? Well, then we're screwed and we have to genocide the Krogan. If Rex is truly loyal to me, is Rex truly loyal to me when he threatens to kill you more than once if you don't support his goals? Yes, because the thing is, and forgive me for saying this, I don't think Rex is actually legitimately threatening me at all, in any way, shape, or form. I don't buy that for a millisecond. Because Rex is angry and upset and emotionally drained and dealing with things, and so he's under a lot of stress. Now, does that excuse what he says? No, but it does explain. Yeah, as Takoida points out, Rex, if he didn't actually respect us and have legitimate loyalty to us, he wouldn't threaten to kill us. He would kill us. Just for you, DV Dimitri. I hate the default male Shepard face. Always have. Let's see. Chuck Norris versus Zach Morris. Who? What about Worf being denied all the time? Gotta keep that. Gotta keep the memes going for no reason. Did I ever abandon a run on stream because the game was too boring? Yes. In fact, I have a list of which games I've abandoned for that reason. Would I rather stream Lotro or Death Stranding? Lotro. Have I ever seen Mega Man X Corrupted? Yes. If yes, thoughts? It's probably the best Mega Man X hack I've seen. That's about all I got on that front. If Shepard didn't Mass Effect 2, would they have been able to win without those upgrades? I would like to think so, since Shepard does not personally beat their enemies. Shepard... The whole point of Shepard is not being a super mega ultra death machine, despite this being a video game. The whole point is Shepard being the head of the squad, getting the right people with the right equipment with the right motivation at the right time to put together the team that accomplishes the mission. That's actually what Mass Effect 2's primary theme is all about. Yeah, Shepard is the unifying force, which is very powerful, very useful, and very extreme, but it's the same thing with, to be perfectly blunt, Captain America. Captain America in personal power is extremely low tier, barely superhuman. But Cap's big thing is he's the captain, and the glue that he can provide for his teams, and the coordination, and the motivation, and all that other fun stuff. Yeah, in 3, Shepard becomes a death machine, but we'll get there when we get there. And finally, which part of the Bayverse Transformers films were very well done? So I'm going to get some hackles for this. But the thing I will always give Transformers 1, 2, and 3, and only 1, 2, and 3, credit for, is they put a lot of time and work and thought and effort into the CGI of the Transformers. And I know you're thinking, but Laura, you just said they look like visual noise. Yes, but one thing they actually did was they actually sat and thought about how physically they would transform into their automotive forms and back. Every piece fits somewhere. They don't cheat. When it comes to CGI or even animation, cartoons, you can always cheat, right? You can just say that that it just goes here and the mass goes away. You don't have to think about it. But they actually bothered to put the time and the effort to work into making sure that the mass was equivalent between the two, and the volume too, which is honestly very impressive. So, definitely the best part of the first 3 films. And I keep emphasizing that because in the 4th film, they started cheating. They started having the freaking liquid just floating through the air crap. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, that's dumb. Hello, Kimmick. Thank you very, very much. Always appreciate. Bumblebee is not a Bayverse Transformers and therefore is excluded from this question, Dream Whisperer. Do you know what you want to put that towards, Kimmick? Please let me know. Okay, we have gotten as caught up in the queue as it is possible to be, because everything left is from people who aren't here. Unless Silly Idea is here, or Damashi, or Disco, or Gum Gum. Or Umbral, or Trihexia, or Baron. Okay, there's a lot of people here. Cashel, is Siri an early stage VI? No, Siri isn't even on the beginning levels of being a VI. Siri's a bot. You got it, Kemek. Thank you again. I don't think any of these other people are actually here. So let's go ahead and move on.
Message from Admiral Hackett, Commander. Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard. You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hack it out.
No, I was just thinking VIs in general. If we're going with VIs in this game, that is a bit of a different question. Let's back out of here and go chat with Tali. Who is this way? I think. Maybe? Wait, Gum Gum's here. Gum Gum asked a question, and that question was, does the extant... That's the wrong way. Does the extant have something as strong as vibranium? So, no. I haven't really invented a lot of super metals when it comes to the extant. I've kind of allowed for some room to allow for, designing those in the future if I ever actually feel like it. What the hell am I? Oh, okay, I'm right. Down I go. But I've never come up with, vibranium or unobtainium or whatever other crap there is. That being said, I have thought about ways to make better alloys. Just, improving pre-existing metals by proper smelting and proper forging techniques, if that counts for anything. The idea of Durasteel, for example, which is just a specific alloy of steel. Things like that.
Oh, hello, Shepard.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me, especially your chief engineer. But I just sort of feel out of place. The Normandy runs so smooth it feels like we're not even moving, and the engines are so quiet. How do you sleep at night?
The silence wakes you up?
Back on the flotilla, the last thing you want to hear is silence. It means an engine's died or an air filter shut down. I guess you don't have to worry about that here. But old habits die hard. But it's more than just the silence. This ship feels so empty. It's like half the crew is missing. Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage. I couldn't wait to get away from the crowds. Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them.
Sometimes we don't appreciate what we have until it's gone.
That's true. I'm starting to wonder if that's what the pilgrimage is really about. It's given me a whole new perspective on my people and our culture. There's always a few who go on their pilgrimages and never return. I always assumed something bad happened to them, but maybe they just wanted a different life.
You do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right?
I could never abandon my people, Shepard. I will go back eventually, but we have to stop Saren first. Otherwise, I might not have a home to go back to.
I should go.
See you later. Hey, Shepard. You need something?
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell
Interesting.
over time. But one, as you can imagine, a general order went out across. We feared the Geth would. See you later.
Anyways. I have not, old Stinky. I answered that yesterday. Now, someone else might have.
What do you want, Shepard?
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
What happened?
I was betrayed. I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war. He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other. It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared to shut up, to stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war. We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while, we were getting through. Some of the tribes started coming around.
I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that.
No, he didn't. He arranged a crush with the tribes, a meeting on neutral ground. He wanted to talk. We met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors. The skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from and where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be. Violence is forbidden.
It sounds like a trap to me. You must have suspected as much.
I did. But when your father invites you to a crush, well, there are some laws that even we hold sacred.
Jared was your father?
He was, until that day. We talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him, he gave the signal. His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly. I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest. That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back.
You must have family other than your father. Don't you miss them?
You trying to make me cry, Shepard? I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all.
What kind of business?
Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father. I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was taken from him after the uprising.
What's so important about this armor?
It's a relic. Useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the war. It's rightfully mine. Originally, it was taken by the Turian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war. Now, it's in the hands of Taun Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded. I just don't know which base has my family's armor.
Just tell me where to start looking.
I'll upload the data to your nav system. But Commander, I want to be there when you find him.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Ron asks a very important question. Should Rex be a love interest?
Oh, before I go, you said you're serving with Commander Shepard now? We saw him on the news here. He's cute. Later, sis.
Tell me you didn't hear that.
Afraid I did.
Oh, shoot me now. One of my sisters. That's Sarah, the youngest. What's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on family mail.
Your family seems to be important to you.
Yeah, we've always been close. Me and my sisters especially. With Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them.
Did your father serve with the fleet?
Yeah, took any crap posting he could get that offered space time. You know what? He worked his ass off trying to get recognized, but he never made it above serviceman 3rd class. He was real proud when I made Chief. First thing he did was salute.
What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her.
You must know what military wives are like. Strong because they have to be, able to raise kids while Dad's away on a 6-month cruise. She has a degree in planetary geology. She and Dad both wanted to see new worlds. She gave up her career to raise us, though.
You have more than one sister? Sounds like a big family.
Yeah, I'm the oldest, then Abby, then Lynn. Sarah's the youngest. She's still in high school. With 4 girls, Dad used to say he felt more outnumbered at home than on maneuvers.
Where did you grow up?
All over. We transferred a half a dozen times before I finished grade school. You go where personnel command sends you, right? I guess that's why I'm so tight with my sisters. We'd have to leave all our friends every 2 or 3 years.
You're lucky to have a close family.
Sorry, I forgot about your family situation.
Or lack thereof. Relax, Williams. I've dealt with it.
Asked me to clear a bunker of armed hostiles? No problem. Dealing with the foot in my mouth? Not so good with that. Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while. Then we bonded.
Sounds like a story. Feel like sharing?
Sarah got herself a boyfriend who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy. Lynn would send me these worried vid mails, and I'd tell her to relax.
Where were you when this was going on?
I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple of years back. They were on Amaterasu. At the time, I was assigned to Chernobog. Same cluster, but a dozen LY away. Close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight.
If he really liked her, he wouldn't be pushy.
Yeah, of course, if he didn't ask at all, I'd wonder if he thought Sarah was ugly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, because he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left. Didn't have a scratch on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us all learn some kind of self-defense. I took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days.
Why didn't you tell the police?
She said it wouldn't solve the real problem, and she and Mike would both become household names. It was a small colony. I said it was her call to make, that we should let her do it her way. Mom was pretty pissed about that.
You said all of your sisters learned self-defense?
Lynn did pistol practice, but didn't like it. She's kind of nervous. Sarah took Aikido. Abby decided to learn the sword. She always was a little weird. Likes big skirts and tops you have to tie her into. They do great things to her figure, though.
So, what did you learn?
One of Dad's friends taught me Marine hand to hand.
You traveled all the way home to walk your sister to school.
It was only a dozen light years, like a day's cruise. It's not like I was going to Earth or something. My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this look, this let me handle it, I need to do this alone look. She kept her cool, God bless her, as he screamed in her face. She just let him vent. Then he tried to punch her. I swear, she just flowed around him. Next thing I knew, he's face down on the sidewalk, and there's blood everywhere.
That's unbelievable. Sarah must be as good as you.
Better. I'm more or less a straight-up puncher. When he swung, she wasn't there anymore, and he fell. She helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance. She told the paramedics he fell. Before they took him to the hospital, Mike touched Sarah's arm. I thought he was gonna end up on the ground again. But he hung his head, whispered, "I'm sorry," and started crying. And she hugged him. The Williams women are a decisive bunch, Commander. We do things when we're ready. Not before, not after.
Your sister's something else. But you didn't mention your father at all. Was he on deployment?
Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. For always roaming with a hungry heart, much have I seen and known, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments.
You know, those options amuse me. Bored now, and what's this crap?
I never thought I'd hear you reciting poetry.
Just because I can drill you between the eyes at 100 meters doesn't mean I can't like sensitive stuff. Just don't spread it around. Ulysses was my dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded me reading it. He had a dozen versions when he retired.
Does he still like it?
I sure hope so. I read it to his grave every time I go home. Dad passed on a few years back. He's probably still watching, though. So behave.
As a Reaper.
You mean from wherever we go after death?
Dead on, Skipper. He's with God now. That's not a problem with you, is it? That I believe in God?
Are you a fanatic?
Everyone has the right to believe what they want. Says so in the Alliance Charter. Only with fancier words.
I'm glad you're open-minded about it. I've met a few people who are really weirded out by my faith. Because I work in space, I can't believe in a higher power? Jeez. Hello, have you people looked out the window? How can you look at this galaxy and not believe in something? I should get back to my duties. Didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her. Too bad those ruins got destroyed.
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned earlier, they actually did a pretty good job with Ashley in Mass Effect 1. Unlike someone else I can mention.
Commander, good to see you.
You've been with CSEC a while. Have you seen much action?
Well, not as much as you, but yeah, I've seen some interesting things.
I'll bet you have. Anything in particular that stands out?
I remember this Solarian geneticist I was sent to investigate. That case was a bit disturbing.
What happened? Why were you investigating them?
I was tasked with tracking black market trade on the Citadel. Most of it harmless, nothing I needed to pursue. But during the course of my investigation, I noticed an increase in the trade of body parts, organs mostly. We usually get a few of those, but not the numbers I was seeing. We weren't sure if there was a new black market lab or if some freak was harvesting organs from citizens.
You've seen this before on the Citadel?
Every so often, some lab sells unwanted parts through the black market, but they're not as bad as the psychos. I remember this one L-Corps diplomat we caught in my first year on the job. He was hacking people up and selling their organs, had the station in a bit of a panic. But this case wasn't that clear-cut. Turns out there was more going on than we first realized.
So how did you figure out what was happening?
First, we got a hold of a sample and ran DNA tests. The weird thing was, the match led us to a Turian who was still alive and was very convinced he'd never lost his liver. After a bit of digging, I discovered this Turian worked briefly for Dr. Salion, the geneticist. So I went to his lab hoping to find evidence of cloned organ development, but there was nothing. No Solarian hearts, no Turian livers, not one Krogan testicle.
Krogan testicles.
You're kidding, right? Why would anyone want Krogan testicles?
Some Krogan believe that testicle transplants can increase their virility, counteract the effects of the genophage. It doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from buying. They'll pay up to 10,000 credits each. That's 40,000 for a full set. Somebody's making a killing out there.
What did you do about the geneticist?
I brought in some of his employees for interrogation to see if I could get them to talk. While I was interviewing one of them, I came across something suspicious.
You mean threatened? Was that really necessary?
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, it paid off. One of my detainees started bleeding profusely during the interview. We offered to patch him up, and he got frantic, freaked out. I ordered a full exam to find out what was going on. Our medics found incisions all over his body, some of them fresh. That was our big break. These people weren't just Dr. Salion's employees. They were test tubes. Walking, living test tubes.
He was growing parts inside these people?
Exactly. He cloned their organs right inside their own bodies. Then he harvested them and sold them off. Most of the victims were poor. He'd pay them each a small percentage of the sales, but only if the organs were good. Sometimes an organ wouldn't grow properly, so he'd just leave it in them. Most of them were a mess, but only on the inside, hidden so nobody could see it.
I hope he got what he deserved.
That's the worst part. We never caught him.
Why not? What the hell happened?
He ran, blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and headed for the nearest space dock. By the time I found out, his ship was already leaving. He threatened to kill his hostages if we tried to stop him.
But you went after him anyway, right?
I ordered Citadel Defense to shoot him down, but CSEC headquarters countermanded my order. They were worried about the hostages, worried about civilian casualties if the ship was destroyed so close to the Citadel. I told them those hostages were dead anyway. He just used them to make more organs, but they wouldn't listen.
No wonder you hated it there. Those idiots just let him fly away.
Yes, they did. I went to Palin and told him what I thought of him and his policies. He said if I didn't like it, I could quit. Well, I almost did. All they had to do was disable that ship, stop him from running. Maybe the hostages die, maybe they don't, but at least we stopped the bastard responsible for it all.
A few casualties is a small price to pay to stop someone like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those hostages might be wishing they'd died by now anyway. Just wish I could have stopped him. That's all.
Do you have any idea what happened to Dr. Salion?
I sent out feelers from time to time, hoping to find something. I thought I'd found him a while back. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke, I guess. I told the military, but they weren't convinced it was him. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, but I just can't get anyone to check it out.
I'll check out the coordinates when I get a chance.
I was hoping you'd say that. But Commander, take me with you when you go. If it's Salion, I want to be there when you find him.
Also, Garrus is awesome. I was talking about Caden.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what
you bet, Commander.
One sec. Oh, we're gonna murder the crap out of his stupid face. Yeah, I noticed that, Lataria, which is funny, since historically the Batarian situation was written well after this. Yes, I have an F for one piece of Spectre gear. Just the one. Just the one to recruit Liara, J. Palmer. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's go ahead and buy the shotgun. Or doll.
Looking for supplies?
Let's...
Please buy the shotgun. There we go. Where's Tali? Here she is. There we go. Oh, she's got a third thing too. What do we got here? Ah, who needs Spectre gear anyways? That's disappointing. I mean, I could literally pop upload right now. I currently have it installed, but I don't think I want my viewers to fall asleep right now. Yes, absolutely, Indiana Joe. It really feels very different. Some for the good, some not as much. So here's the worst character in the game.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Well, they know about the stonewalling you've had from the Council.
They deserve to know what we're up against.
They're on your side. They're pissed about the resistance we're getting, especially from our side. I'll have a better handle on all of it when my head stops hurting. Another L2 flare-up.
Ever thought about going back under the knife? Maybe get an upgrade?
No thanks, Commander. One slip and you can't remember your own name. The L2s spike higher anyway. My abilities would drop with pain-free L3s. And it'd be a cold day before I turn myself over to a Canadic subsidiary.
I haven't heard anything about Canadics in a while.
Yeah, they quietly disappeared. Broke up into a bunch of little corps after they botched the training on Jump Zero. After first contact, Canadics was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Canadics could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
Is there some reason we couldn't learn it on our own?
They didn't know where to start. Hell, it took a couple of years to even link biotics and Ezo. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff. They had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs. And their choice of teachers didn't help much.
The only experts would have to be aliens.
Dead on. Turians, actually. That's why Canadics kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home would think, asking the Turians for help when we just fought a war with them.
The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians.
Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries.
I'm sure Canadics did what they thought was best.
It wasn't best for us. They brought in an ex-military Turian named Commander Vernus. A real hard-ass. He basically had a free pass to break us if it would turn out a decent biotic. Kind of spiraled from there, Commander.
Did he ever face charges for that?
He got his, yeah. But like everything else at Jump Zero, it was under the table. The less said, the better. Anyway, this is ancient stuff. I walked it off a long time ago. I should get back to my duties, Commander. We're here to make history, not rehash it.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I mean, if you like the book, Commander.
It's funny, because a lot of people don't like Carth. Now, I actually like Carth. I don't love him. I don't think he's the greatest character ever, but I kind of like Carth. But for people who don't like Carth, well, we've got a worse Carth here. So that's nice.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
What makes Caden hateable? He's boring. That's it. He's not there. He is not a character. A lot of people I know dislike Ashley because she has negative aspects to her character. But Ashley is a character. Hang on. So finish those three. Where am I going? Yeah, Presley is admittedly a bit of a non-character as well, which is a darn shame, but whoa, let's just wig out there. No, that sounds about right. That's my job. I spent most of my morning writing up the rest of Diablo 1. The beginnings of Diablo 2. Listen, he's been betrayed, okay, Sean? You have to understand, when you're betrayed like him, you gotta be on people. You gotta make sure. Because anytime you slip, you might be some horrifically evil person. Oh my god, Garrus. Oh my god. Hang on, you ready for something even worse? Check it out. You ready for this? You ready for this? Behold! The glory! Oh my god, you look terrible, buddy. Meanwhile, Rex just looks like any other guy here. Exactly hazardous. Death to boring and to the living. Because you know what we can do with the living after they stop living. Oh, I don't know. Do we have any other Turian armor? That actually... Oh, that's his old armor. Yeah, no. This is his new armor. Hey, Canada Bags. Oh, yeah, you asked a question. Hang on. And, would I like it better... Which ship would I like better if they actually allowed me to sleep in it? So, I meant to ask you what the heck you meant about that, because that makes no sense to me. Why are you using an assault rifle, Garrus? Stop that. Use the sniper rifle. And use the shotgun. I give you both good guns. Use them. There is no shepherd without Vicarian, Latario. What can I say? He has a literal level 1 assault rifle and an actual sniper rifle I gave him. He's just gross. He can make it work, Hazardous. He's got this. I mean, he does actually have the sniper skill. So it's not like I'm just doing that because it's Garrus. He actually has... Wait, here, do I have to prove this? Here, look. Sniper rifles. Cranked. By the way, if you're paying attention, this is the third of the types of bunkers we've seen in this game. And I wouldn't blame you if you didn't realize that, because it looks a whole lot like the second type of bunkers, too.
Thank you for saving me from those things.
Commander, that's him. That's Dr. Saleon.
What? My name is Hart. Dr. Hart. Please, get me out of here.
Are you sure it's him?
Positive. There's no escape this time, Doctor. I'd harvest your organs first, but we don't have the time.
You're crazy. He's crazy! Please, don't let him do this to me.
Put him out of his misery so we can get going.
Gladly. Your days of butchering are over, Doctor.
No! Please! Please!
That was... satisfying.
Good. Remember that feeling. That's how it should be.
I will, Commander.
Oh, no, you're right, Image. I forgot about the mining tunnels. Saleon's medical equipment is stained with the blood of many species. Pale blue, violet orange, and more than a few dark red, but his work is ended. Time to head to the Normandy. after we loot. Gotta have the loot. In a minute, when this lines up better. There we go. I mean, I'm one of those extreme weirdos who likes housing in video games, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask this. Then again, I like setting up... When I usually do housing in video games, I usually do one of two types of things. Things that look cool, but have no real, like, in-lore usage. Whoops. I'm gonna fail this one. Yep. 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 Oh, yeah. You know, just appearance, right? Cosmetics. Or things that have some kind of gameplay benefit, which are kind of rare, honestly. Yeah, too much loot or too little loot. Which would you prefer? You know which one I prefer, because I hate looting, but... I don't think any of the armor... Let me walk that back a second. I don't think there's any armor I particularly prefer in the first game. There's a couple in the second that I like the look of. Excuse me. So there was Canada Bank's question. Where the hell am I? Okay. Probably Dream Whisperer. I wouldn't know. I can't dirty my eyes by looking at loot. Oh, hang on. Hang on, it literally scrolled up. In Andromeda, there's a bedroom you can't use. Oh! If you're able to use Shepard's bedroom, like sleep. So you're asking, hang on, so you're asking which ship in the Mass Effect series do I prefer, taking into account the bedroom? So, we don't have a bedroom in the Normandy 1, and we have a bedroom in the Normandy SR2. So, by default, I think I'd go with the Normandy 2. I mean, yeah, we have a room, which has nothing in it, other than something that might qualify under very technical circumstances as a bed. But in the SR2, we actually have a frickin' bedroom, so that's I'm good with that. And the Tempest is dumb.
Commander, good to see you.
Okay, just double checking, apparently.
Commander?
What's your opinion on the
Not
last?
sure I'd buy Dr. Tassom. Too bad those ruins got... Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Let's see if Tali has anything to say on it since we've gone and done a thing.
Hey, Shepard. You need something?
I should go.
See you later.
Yeah, the Tempest... You know what I remember most about the Tempest? There's an object that you can see... So, they cheat with the skybox on the Tempest. Like, they literally cheat with how it's presented. Which is the first thing I remember. The second thing I remember is there was something on the in the skybox that I thought, aha! That's going to be lore relevant. It never was. Never came up. So here's our bedroom. Yep, so I'll take the Normandy too, thank you. Yeah, the black hole, Canada Banks, that's right. I pointed it out several times on stream, because I was like, oh, what's that? And if you were paying attention, and I pointed this out, they keep emphasizing it in shots. To explain what I mean by that a little bit, and yes, I have, Hazardous. A lot of fiction will deliberately frame shots, cutscenes, or, you know, whatevers, in order to try and emphasize something in the background. Perfect example, Final Fantasy VIII. In Final Fantasy VIII, there are multiple repeated shots of the moon, which has significance throughout the course of the story. And it shows up as early as, like, within the first 5 minutes of the game. So, on Andromeda, they kept framing shots so you could see that damn black hole in the background. I'm like, oh, okay. That's gotta be deliberate. That's gotta be something that they're doing on purpose. Or yeah, the red star in Chrono Trigger. Not as good of an example, but still an example. But yeah, the black hole never mattered, because whatever. I'm going to Argus Road. Argus Road, where it is. Actually, I think that's where we're going next anyways. So... right? Yes. Actually, yeah, the Moon in Odyssey is actually another perfect example of what we're talking about. The Moon in Odyssey shows up constantly for story cutscenes, all the way up until you go there, which is the whole point. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Red, for being a part of the show. I do appreciate you, I really do. Don't worry, I will likely not ask you to clip anything in the near future. There's 3 other games I'd love for you to do a highlight reel of, and none of them are happening anytime soon. And by the time they're happening, I could probably afford to pay you proper. Alright. Whoa! God! Game! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, there we go. We're okay. How did you know, Mr. Red? Here's a question, Mr. Red. I don't know your processes. Is there something we or I can do to make clipping easier for you for grabbing footage? The highlight reels? If not, that's fine. I understand the problem. Hell, I couldn't even make local highlight reels all that well. It would involve converting 4-hour files into something that's editable. So, I don't know if you know this, Aerodynamic Fetus. I have a website. Did you guys know I have a website? It's this brand new thing. I just invented it. I was like, you know, the internet's cool, but it's just a chat channel, right? Maybe if we had like a place, like a site you could go to. And when you go to that site, that'll actually enable you to view something on the web, right? I don't know, it's this weird idea I keep having bounce around in my head. I don't know, it's bizarre. It's like a TV channel. It's just, you know, better in every way. Yeah, there was a site, I was actually at a construction site, and there was a spider making a web, and I was just like, that's it! That's it, right there! And then I invented the flux capacitor. I actually like the Mako and the Hammerhead for completely different reasons, but I do like them both. The Hammerhead is more video gamey. It'd be more accurate to say that the Hammerhead's missions are more video gamey. And so it tends to play a little bit more like a video game, which I do tend to appreciate. That being said, I love both. So, whoops. I don't know what to do. If we're being totally, completely honest with ourselves, you know, honestly, you're probably not joking about that, okay? The Hammerhead does handle better. Let's just be honest about that. The Mako may be more fun, but it is an unintentional fun, as I've already talked about. This is the other problem. And I've been thinking about this, and I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give planetary exploration 2 negatives. I'm also, you don't, Trihexia. I'm also going to probably give it positives. But I think 2 negatives is codified at this point, as we're about halfway through these. And the reason why is big empty swaths of nothing is the first reason, and procedural nonsense is the second reason. I could also add, you know, just the general padding nature of them, if I have to justify that even more. And, yeah, the terrain is... Look at it. That's it. I don't know what else to add to that. Like, you've seen today what exploring on the Mako really is, because that's pretty much been our activity for the day. He's just roaming around, hitting a point, getting back in the Mako. Jumpity, jumpity, jumpity. Yeah, I say procedural. That's actually the wrong word. I shouldn't say that. This doesn't look manually crafted, is how I should say that. Someone didn't sit down and really think about the terrain of these planets. We can tell because we see planets in this game that they clearly sat down and thought about the terrain of. It's all the main story planets where you run around on the Mako. These planets are some. You ever play SimCity 2000? I know that's an old example. And you've got the raise terrain tool and the lower terrain tool, and they just did this. And they just smeared the mouse all over the map, making the terrain, and that's the terrain. Like, I've literally physically seen people in person do this when designing maps for SimCity. Electronic skill too low. That's a new one. Well, let's fix that. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Fixing electronics. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, da. There we go. Whoop. Ow. I thought I could make that. Alright. Where the hell was I? Yep. Also, as weird as it may sound, the planets, the random planets, the side planets, whatever you want to call them, in Mass Effect 1 have a bit of the Corellia problem. They're simultaneously too empty. That's the wrong word. They're too small and they're too big at the same time. And to demonstrate that, and we're there. Oh, hello. I was gonna say, these are absolutely not the original textures. Nice look. And thank you, Zeiss, for the sub. Always appreciate. And if you want to put that towards something, Forbidden Death. You got it. I mean, if I'm doing a normal playthrough, sure, but we're not really judging things that are outside of the game now, are we, Chemic? We generally avoid using walkthroughs whenever we can. Like avoiding cheats, you know? No, it does.
This is the place. My armor's here somewhere.
So let me think about this. Hi, TSB. Happy Friday. This is true, Zalok. Although this game doesn't have walkthrough. I am aware of Desert Bus. I have and never will play it. If you donate for it, I will refund you that donation and say, no, thank you, I'm okay. Croatia. Oh, also, drink. Well, yeah, no, there's kind of a pattern to it, Chemic, but I don't have any walkthrough up or anything. Just have my notes. What's wrong with Desert Bus? Where do I begin? How do you give more negatives to a game that is absent all aspects of gameplay? You know, I like that idea, Shadow Machine. Yeah, it's a monotony simulator. It's a good way to put it. So, let's say 153 negatives to gameplay and just walk away from it. Yeah, there's no pause button in real life. Or is there? Three negatives to story and gameplay, and 0 positives. What would the score be? It would depend on how long it is. Because density and ratio are both components there. So I couldn't gauge it without that. Oh God, that's a good point. What was it, like 100 hours or something? Someone calculated it. I forget what it is, because someone actually, you know, did it. Yeah, no, Croatia would be a very hard start if we were to start as that. We would have to ally up with bigger nations immediately. Yeah, it's part of why I stopped doing it myself, Mr. Red. Getting the clips is just... It's a thing, right? Even if I was just to take my own raw files, that's still 4 hours per session. And in a format that's non-editable. EU4 or CK3, I suppose. Yeah, I would lean towards Poland. And yeah, if I could get France on my side, that would be fantastic. Just start throwing diplomats at France. Be like, hey, Alliance? We're cool with the French, I'm just saying. Yeah, give me my big blue blob. Yes, Stevie Dimitri, I do. Because, for some reason, ancient stuff is always better than modern stuff, which always just drives me absolutely bonkers. We just had that problem in Tor. Here's a several thousand-year-old spaceship, which is stronger than a modern dreadnought. Right. We'll put it here. Well, no, precursor tech is mostly what I'm talking about. Precursor tech is always amazing and better in every way than modern stuff.
Enemy contact.
Listen, I can't explain or they'd kill me, Simoke. Okay, you have to understand. The Croatia Mafia, you don't mess with them. Venice tried that once. That didn't work out too well. That hurt like that. Damage my pistol doing. That guy just straight up stood there. I should at least check. Do I have a better pistol at this point? I do. Not by much, but I do. Since we're pistoling it up. Let's see here. Yeah, sure, we'll get incendiary going on. Yeah, sure. Do that. Oh yeah, we look amazing now. Oh yes. Ooh. Baby. But no, AI is not a negative yet.
Time for payback. Wait,
Croatia has nice beaches? Oh my god, I've got to conquer Croatia now. Oh, I can take a nice vacation. Just kind of chill for a minute, you know.
Powering up.
Yes, but if I conquer the world, I would have all the time to take vacations, obviously. Well, hang on. No, don't.
Form up.
I mean, that's...
This is the place. My armor's here somewhere.
Yep, that's a thing. Hold on. Why are you using your pistol? And why are you using your pistol? Use your shotgun. Use your sniper rifle. Yeah, no, it's really weird, Dakota, and it's throwing my aim off. I'm not sure what's happening with it. I mean, it's probably the fact that this isn't a shooter. I don't know. How the hell do I look at my armor stat? My armor stat is 10 damage reduction, 107 shields, and 28 biotic and tech protection. I can't put on heavy armor, so that's the thing.
On
No,
me.
come back. Oh, well, I'm dying over and over. Let's check out the question mark. Let's see. Would Thrall be able to give Rex good advice about reforming a violent society and culture? Actually, yeah. But ironically, Rex would also be able to give Thrall advice on that, since both of them suck at it in various ways. Rex is arguably more successful, but, you know. These guys have a lot of health. Just a weirdly large amount of health. Yeah, Rex is also arguably smaller time. It's funny when you think about it.
Let's finish him.
Okay. What the hell's covers, Alok? This isn't Mass Effect 2. Where we'll be glued to cover for 90% of the gameplay. Let's see. I mean, so, cover. Canada Bangs asks, why did I kill the mass-murdering psychopath who had every intention and indication of going off and being a mass-murdering psychopath again instead of saving the hostages? Now, if you actually watched the VOD, I answered that question immediately after making that choice. Or more accurately, immediately after dying to the fight, reloading, succeeding at the fight, and then, you know, then we discussed it. But in the off chance that I have to repeat myself, ignoring the obvious fact that he was very clearly, at least with the information we had at the time, going to pull the same crap again, there's also the fact that you just kind of don't negotiate with people like that. That's not a winning strategy under any circumstances of any kind, shape, or form. Never mind hostage-taking. There's also just the general problem with negotiating with someone who is effectively a terrorist, who is like, yeah, I'm just gonna go kill a few million people because I'm angry. And as Plutonian pointed out, yet again, he was even worse than a typical terrorist, because he didn't have any demands. He just wanted to kill a few million people. So, no, he died.
This is it. I can't believe my ancestors ever wore this piece of crap, but at least I've got it back.
I'm glad we could help you get it back.
I might just be starting to like you, Shepard.
Rex touches the grandfather's armor, his expression thoughtful, perhaps. Krogan are hard to read. He shakes off his bemusement, grips his gun, and it's time to move on. Yay. Companion quest for what it counts, done. In fact, I think we're kind of done with companion quests in general at this point. Because we didn't trigger the Tali one properly, and we already did the Rex and Garrus ones, so... Oh.
Form up!
Damn it. There you go, Rex. You can look like Grunt for a bit. I'm going to try it after we do our first planetary, Terra. We're not out yet. So Jay Palmer says, I've said before I liked garrisons and warlords. Does that include the shipyard and the mission table? Yes and no. Reasons that would take too long to explain. Kaidan versus Karth in a fight. So Karth is a soldier. Kaidan's a soldier who has magic. But we already did the Geth invasion quests. That's where we at. So we did those three. Time to head to Sol. Actually, not yet. Hey, Mag. Let's do Exodus first. Asgard. Sierra Mike asks a very important question. Do I think that the reason nobody has an ass in this game is because all the ass has been absorbed by the Council in Udina? Yes. These are the hard-hitting questions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hey, there's Eden Prime. Hello, DZ Maven. Where's the terminal, Dream Whisperer? Hey, Loki got his own planet. I'm sure he's happy. That's interesting, Yada. I think I did that on purpose. Do you care to elaborate? Oh, this is... right. I know where this is. I've been reading all of them as I go, okay. Yep, so... I mean, even by my terrible, terrible definitions. World building is an aspect of story. But I feel you. What you're saying is you don't care about plots.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
General distress call from the Sacred Angel Medical Transport. Critical system failure. Losing power. An emergency landing. Argos. Communications failing. Life support and emergency transponder. Won't last. Please hurry.
Yeah, I'll go back there in a bit, Dream Whisperer. Wherever that is. Level 2 heat hazard. Sweet. Yeah, I have to think about that. Of the 6 points of story, what if I was to prioritize them, how would I? Because obviously the ideal is to have all 6 things being equally good, right? You know, if you put a gun to my head and said, pick! I'd be like, People just keep putting guns to my head. I don't know why y'all keep doing that. I'll answer your questions. You don't have to gun to my head. Jeez Louise. That's severe, really. Yep, that tracks. Let me recover this corpse here. Hack, 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 hack. I have hacked the corpse. think I'd probably go with characterization first, then character growth, then world building, then fun, then themes, I suppose. And ironically, I would probably put plot dead last. Which I suppose sounds strange, but if I'm being honest, most games, books, movies, and shows tend to not focus on plot. And the ones that do tend to suck. I don't know what that says about fiction, it's just something to know. Like, we were talking about this in Discord recently. What's the plot of Dragon Age Origins? There's a horrific race of Death Doom trying to wipe out life. Go stop them. Dragon Age Origins does not have a strong plot. Dragon Age Origins has a fantastic story, but its plot is ultimately just kind of a backdrop, really, for everything else. Are you still sleeping properly? Question mark. Or did you just decide to sleep in today, period? Whoops. Well, as I said, I have terrible, terrible definitions back now.
Careful, Commander. I've got a bad feeling about this. Geth! It's a trap!
Oh no! It was a trap all along. Now they're all gonna die. Damn it, free experience. But the thing is, most stories, I could actually analyze this more if I wanted to. Most stories don't focus on plot, because in general, most writers don't focus on plot, unless that's the point. To explain that a little bit, the kind of story that focuses on plot is usually a mystery. That's the type of story that will actually really dig into a plot, the sequence of events, and the stuff that happens throughout the course of the work. When you have a mystery work, you really want to have a good plot because that's the point of the entire work. Now, ironically, Takoida is correct. Most mysteries fail at this. But it's still true that a mystery should have a good plot. It's built into the genre that it should have a high focus on plot. Even good mystery stories, like Knives Out is an example of that, cheat constantly with their narrative. And then, of course, there's the entire body of M. Night Shyamalan's movies, most of which suck, you know, and most of which just pull nonsense out of their asses in order to try and shock you. But to go to a classic, that stupid train play / book / movie, which I can't think of the name of right now, is a good example of a story that focuses very much on plot. Whether it succeeds or not, that's more up to you. But it's definitely focused on it. Is it the Murder? Yeah, Murder on the Orient Express. That's right. That's the one. Like I said, the classic. Oh, they got a new version of that film just a few years ago. I've been meaning to ask you something, Mr. Red. Now, obviously, I haven't won the lottery yet. But if I did, and I made it your full-time job to do highlight reels, how much would you hate that job? Be honest. Well, that's not the point that's relevant here. Like I said, the point is that it's a very high focus on plot. I'm not sure I can think of another genre of story that really is supposed to focus on plot as much as a murder. Or, sorry, not murder. a mystery. Murder mystery being a subset of mysteries. Yeah, I can see political thrillers falling into that as well. I mean, Final Fantasy Tactics is a good example of a story that does focus on its plot more than most FFs do, for example. Heists. Which is also Mission Impossible style stuff. I could see that. I could see that. But no, sorry, to finish answering you, Mag, I apologize for getting distracted. I tend to think of it as the 6 points of story. So we've got... excuse me. Plot, characterization, character growth, themes, world building, and fun. There you go. Those are the 6 points of story. Yeah, like Final Fantasy XII is a good example of a story that tends to lean towards plot as well.
Looks like this vessel was abandoned.
Someone must have shut down all systems, except basic life support.
So what you're saying is I need to find someone else if I win the lottery, Mr. Red. Okay.
Did you hear that? Sounded like footsteps. Somebody set that trap. This whole place could be wired.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's fine, Cashel, it's fine. For pistol, we've only gotten the burst pistol and the regular pistol, which is the one we're using right now. We've gotten a couple other different types of sniper rifles, but I don't actually have a sniper rifle tree, so I stopped using sniper rifles. No, that's... I wanted honest feedback, and that's totally valid, Mr. Ed. I only mention it because, you know, in a lottery-winning scenario, I would obviously keep streaming, because I want to. And one of the things that I would do is I would make highlight reels a much more regular thing. Which means, essentially, hiring someone to clip, and then to string them together. Because I sure as hell don't have time for that anymore. I used to do that myself, and, I stopped. Didn't mind doing it, it just took forever. Those are still not showing up in chat. Why are those still not showing up in chat? Whoa, that was strange, but okay, whatever.
Jacob's not going to make it. His brain was deprived of oxygen for too long. There's nothing any of us can do for him now except let him die with dignity. It's what he would want. I'm more worried about Julia now. She's showing signs of severe depression. I gave her some meds that should help, but I better warn the captain.
Okay, that's a little messed up, but sure. Let's make sure to finish that off.
Looks
there.
like that machine is keeping him alive.
Oh.
I'm not seeing any brain activity on the readouts. He's dead. This body is just an empty shell.
Maybe we should shut the machine down. It's the merciful thing to do.
It's your decision, Shepard. But maybe we should wait until we know more about what's going on before we do anything.
Have I read Brave New World? Yes. Would I recommend it? No. Hang on, I just got a donation which didn't show up in chat, which is very strange. And I never remember how to fix that, because it's happened a few times, and each time I forget how to fix it the next time. But thank you very, very much, TSB. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. I have put that towards In Other Waters, which I swear exists. I have read The Wheel of Time. I don't remember its magic system other than the fact that I didn't like it. Not really, Mike Romano. They have their own dialogue. And they're like, hey! That's kind of it. Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can fix this really quick. Hopefully. Like, if I can fix it quick, then, you know, we're good. If I can't, it's whatever. Yeah, let's at least get some music going while I'm sitting here doing nothing. Correct, Mag. Yeah, it's not showing up in chat. Okay. You're on Mag. Have a good one. Why is this not working? Okay. So let's do this. Like, I sort of need this working. It's kind of essential for me to be able to do my friggity job.
Jacob's gone. They say his brain isn't functioning anymore, and they want to shut off his machines. But Jacob's the only thing in the world that matters to me. I don't know how to help him, and it's tearing me up inside. I just feel so helpless, so damn angry. Dr. Smith gave me some meds to calm down, but I didn't take them. I can't. Not until I figure out a way to help Jacob. I won't give up on him. I won't!
Thank you for being part of the show, Dream Whisperer. I'll put those towards lower decks.
Jacob is showing no signs of brain activity. There's nothing more we can do for him. He wouldn't want to be kept alive by machines, so we're going to disconnect the life support. Dr. Smith is worried about Julia's reaction, though. She can't seem to let Jacob go. The stress is making her implants flare up, causing intense migraines. It'll probably be easier for everyone if we don't tell her until after we shut the life support down. Give her a chance to... Julia, what are you doing here? Why are you...
That sounded hilarious. Whoa! Oh my god, no, Julia, no! You're dead, Julia. Woo! If you turn in a priority points thing, I consider it the same as a sub. Core, aka $2. Woo! That was an interesting question, Mr. Red. So let's say I win the lottery, and I only ask you to highlight reels for significant games. Yes, I do, Dr. Winter. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, thank God! Why would I shut off the light support? I'm just gonna leave him floating there in space forever. I mean, he's already dead. He doesn't care. Alright, so I'm going to... Here. Here. Well, I'm here, Dream Whisperer. This is Natan Bond in the Grissom System in the Armstrong Nebula. Not a lot I can do here, though. That would be funny. No, he's the one who stops the Reapers by himself. He just handles it. You know what? I bet you mean here. Well, like, let's just use a hypothetical here, Mr. Red. Let's look at our upcoming runs, right? So of these, obviously Mass Effect qualifies. I don't think I need to explain that. But after this, there's, honestly, Grounded probably will qualify, based on what I know. Subnautica 2. And actually, that's it of the ones that are currently on the queue. Where am I going here? I'll go over there. Kirby goes, and Sovereign's like, "We are your genius." Oh, yeah. Would I rather drive the Mako or the Hammerhead? Oh, the Hammerhead. We actually talked about that earlier. Now, that being said, if the terrain design was better, I'd probably enjoy the Mako more. So, I guess I take that back. Mako with better levels. The good news is, these things are so copy-paste, there's only 2 places this terminal could be.
You lead. I'll follow.
What, the copy-paste dungeon design? That's absolutely a negative. You think I'm gonna go easy on Dragon Age 2 for the same problem? Listen, Zedslayer, all I'm trying to do is get Mr. Red a job and get me highlights, okay? I figure there's a way we can make this happen. But no, if I won the lottery, you'd know, because I'd be playing FF6. Not immediately, of course. I like that. These dungeons are the opposite of Daggerfall. That's a good way to put that. Alright, let's go do the final side quest. Well, the final character side, if you can even call it that. So anyway, several people ask me why I hate Brave New Worlds. Have you read Brave New Worlds? I hate Heinlein in general. Going into why is honestly something I don't feel like doing, if that's okay. So.
Shepard, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Is something wrong?
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it.
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet?
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
If I give you this data, your pilgrimage is over. You'll go back to your own people.
Not right away. I'll stay with you as long as it takes to stop Seren. But my people need this.
You think you can use this information to destroy your enemy?
Not right away. We will need to study it. It could take years, but it will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Go ahead. Make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt. One I can never repay. The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Seren and his Geth armies are defeated.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard.
You're welcome. Quest complete. Alright, let's see if we can romance Ashley some more really quick. Very important.
Commander?
We'll talk later, Williams.
We cannot romance Ashley. Got it. Do I have a favorite traitor, loyalist, Space Marine Legion in the Horus Heresy? No. If the real Geth always preferred peace and remained in the Nebula, why do you think they were designed and built combat platforms? Because space and just existing is dangerous? I mean, animals are a problem. Was it ever explained how Tali lost her arm? Tali lost her arm? I actually looked this up, and the answer is no. There's no explanation for it. Yeah, hazardous. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, real-life concepts about that have done exactly that. Oh yeah, Ect asks, in my lucid dreams, I've ever been able to control them directly. I could be mistaken. Isn't that what lucid dreams means? Like, isn't that the definition? My favorite funny game? Other than Stanley Parable, obviously. There's not a lot of comedy games I enjoy, to be completely honest with you. Let me think about that for a minute. Well, either way, let's assume the definition of lucid dream means control over them, because that's what I meant when I said lucid dreams. So by definition, the answer to your question is absolutely. Just write the hell down. Count. No. Do the Portal games count? No. Plenty of games are funny. But I'm talking about parody or the humor games, games designed to be amusing. Like, frickin' 3... oh god, I can't think of its name! Oh my god, I can't think of its name. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Sure, like Bard's Tale. We'll go with that. Or... that one I can't think of. Monkey Island, there we go. God damn. Or Leisure Suit Larry is another example of a parody, or excuse me, humor game. I would say the South Park games probably qualify as humor games, yeah. In which case, South Park 2 would be a humor game that I actually found funny. Along with Stanley Parable. A Monty Python RPG would probably be a terrible idea. Unless you really leaned into it just being effectively an adventure game, in which case I could kind of see that working. Funny hazardous. I could see that being an explanation for why they're copy-pasting in lore. But, of course, that doesn't diminish the fact that it sucks in gameplay, so I would be getting the negative anyways. A JRPG, that's even worse, my god. You know what's funny is Tor wasn't nearly as long as FF14, Mr. Red. $39-day stream as opposed to a 54 one, by the way. A bit of a variance. Anti-matter bullets. Ah! Yeah, let's let's just not. On the plus side, Mass Effect 1 is the sloggiest of the three in gameplay, and will almost assuredly not have a particularly good gameplay score. I sort of expected that walking in. Now, the one game I have absolutely no idea how it's going to score is Mass Effect 3. 2 is probably going to score reasonably well. 1 is probably going to do decently well in the story axis, and 3, who knows? Who knows? Oh, they're actually using the right weapons, too. Holy crap. Yeah, 3 is probably going to have several pluses and several negatives. On both axes, too. Like, some of the encounter designs in 3 absolutely suck. And several of the bosses, if you could call them that in 3, are terrible. And then there's some encounter designs and bosses which are actually really good in 3. Same thing with levels. Some of the levels, hell yeah. Some of the levels, not so much. Oh my god, these slavers are hang on. The Asari leading these slavers and Nasana Dantius, an important ambassador, are sisters. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, then there's Kai Lang. Someone who will be multiple negatives on every axis. I don't think I could think of a single positive for Kai Lang on either axis. Yeah. Anyways. We'll see. We'll see. I don't like to predict a game's score in advance if I'm not sure. And Lord knows I've been wrong before. Ross was actually asking me, like a month ago at this point, you know, how I think the Mass Effects are going to line up, and honestly, I don't know. All three of them have their own issues. Hey, Walker. Croatia! Was I sure X7 would be a lamentation before walking in? I was pretty sure, but it had been quite a few years since I played X7. I didn't think it was going to be the worst game I've ever reviewed. What did I predict Tor's score would be? I thought Tor would score higher than STO. It did not.
You lead. I'll follow.
Yeah. Anyways, would I agree with the idea of cutting these side quests out entirely? So, from a managerial perspective, absolutely. The saying always goes that time and management are zero-sum games. But the caveat there is that would mean I would only cut this little side content if it meant adding something in its place. You know? Either putting more time and effort somewhere else, or literally adding something else to take up the space. That should be it for here, which it is. I don't know, Blade Javal. I know this is going to sound strange, but I am going out of my way to not predict FF6 or Chrono Trigger's score. Because who knows? I was kind of hoping to get all the side quest stuff out of the way before the lunch break, but I don't think we're going to make it. Of course, I did take a few moments to just kind of chill, and that's on me. It's not quite that act. So, you may not know this, but I've gone out of my way to not play FF6 or Chrono Trigger. For quite a few years at this point. Effectively trying to remove bias from the equation. I want to go in as blank slate as I can. As much as it's possible for games I've played that much. And sped run and tasked as much as I have those games. You're probably thinking, that's impossible, Laura. Well, no, I've actually proven that's possible. Oh, there was Therum. Because I did that with Lufia 2. Lufia 2, it's hard to explain because it only really affects me. But Lufia 2 hit a few emotional beats I wasn't really expecting it to. And at least part of that is probably because I hadn't played it in so long.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
Well, let's go do it. It's definitely not a trap. Oh yeah, J. Palmer asks, what did you think about them killing Ratchet at the start of the 4th Transformers film? It's a good question. What do you mean, Canada Banks? So, my first thought is, who's Ratchet? My second thought is, no, I don't think I felt a damn thing during Transformers 4 other than just general disgust. You have to understand, I have a personal vendetta with Transformers 4 because for years there was exactly one thing, well, two things, about Transformers 1 through 3 that I actually defended. There's two things they got right, the two positives in those films. And they got rid of both of them in Transformers 4. So, congrats. You nuked them. It was actually specifically the portrayal of the military. As I've pointed out before, they even got little details about the military right. It was very strange. In a good way, though. Allow me to professionally recommend you do not watch the 4th Transformers film. It is not good. I would also not recommend watching the 5th Transformers film. Wait, there are people who care about that plutonium? My thoughts on the Fallen. Well, first of all, he's dumb, and I'm just, that's it. That's it. He's dumb. As for the sun-eating device, actually, I kind of like that. In a weird way, it makes sense to me. So, in the old G1 stuff, anything could be converted into Enertron. All they needed was a source of energy, even if it was literally just a dam making hydroelectric power. But I always kind of liked the idea more that Energon was such a high-end energy source that it required something more to generate. So the idea that you have to literally collapse a star into Energon actually tracked with me. I like that concept. The Fallen was stupid, though. Hi, Evo. Oh my god, I have so many questions from you, Evo. Let's see. Let's pick one out randomly here. I've ever created or written a violent mage antagonist who is not Garrus within the extant. It's hard to think about that one, because there's not many violent mages. In fact, I can only think of two off the top of my head. Let's see. Gotta get the mummified Solarians. Very important. Very important. Oops. Too fast. No, I'm gonna go with no. I don't think I ever have. Although, maybe I'll decide that what's-her-face, Torika, excuse me, is actually a Violet Mage. Who knows? Let's see here. Can I describe the architecture of the core worlds? Yes, okay, so I want you to read my mind briefly. And as I'm looking around at the cityscape, right? But then we go down here and we see that actually it's just not all urban sprawl. Instead, there's a lot of like little connected villages which have rail networks, high-powered rail networks that connect them to each other. So even though you could live a few hundred miles from your parents, for example, you could go visit them every day without any real difficulty in doing so. It wouldn't be that costly and it wouldn't take that much time. And as a consequence, there's a lot of focus on trying to make sure that there's a lot of space. So think Coruscant, right? Now think the freaking opposite of Coruscant. Any questions?
Alliance soldiers. Looks like they were lured here by the distress beacon.
It's still not popping up. How fast are the rails? Pretty fast.
Tell them what happened here.
Pretty damn fast. Oh, there's probably a couple of skyscrapers here and there, but, you know, nothing too fancy. Okay, this is interesting. How accessible is it? Extremely. Like I said, they're not that expensive. The barrier to entry to using the rail is very low, primarily so that people can use it on an everyday level. There is greenery. There's also violetry and reddery and yellowy, and you get the idea. Well, it's funny you say that, Mike Romano. If you want to just enjoy the view, that's what the airships are for. Oh yeah, very pedestrian friendly. Again, space is a big deal. Hey, I drink from a ham. If you're still putting donations towards games. When have I ever not done that? Like, I've been doing that for years. Years and years. My goodness. Has that ever not been a thing? That's actually a good question. Pets and leashes. Well, pets have to be murdered immediately and then eaten alive, while they're still, like, slowly gasping and dying out. As the blood burbles out, you need to eat them before they actually finish dying. So saith Darth Iliani. I'm sorry, one moment. They keep moving this damn thing on me, and it keeps irritating me. Stop moving my donation history. There it is. Thank you very much. I drink from a ham. And I will put that towards the Dragon Age block. Very curious how Mass Effect 2 is gonna score. Very, very curious. That's true. I did decide games myself once. That was a terrible idea. Okay, two clusters left. We got this. We can do this. And then we have to go back to the Presidium, but, you know. But yeah, no. Airship, right? And there's obviously several different ways you can enjoy the view from an airship. But you can also just kind of chill underneath the airship, glass bottom. Because it's literally there to be I don't know what that's called. Not a tourist thing. See you around, Drink from a Ham. Hope to see you on YouTube. Oh, what do you freaking call that? Something you're intended to do for recreation, not transportation. There's a term for that, I can't think of it. But you get the idea. It's there for you. Those airship rides are specifically there to just enjoy the leisure. You know, to enjoy a leisure ride or whatever. Just be like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Just enjoy the view, have some nice food and drinks. There's probably some video games and some, you know, sports activities. It's a cruise. What do you want from me? Those are a little pricier, but if you just want to enjoy the view, there's actually routes that are literally just, here's the view. And yeah, like a river ferry. So the river ferry airships are very cheap. Just about anybody could afford those. If you want the actual cruise ships, that is going to be a little pricier. And if you want the high-end cruise ships where they pamper the crap out of you and they have like an onboard spa, well, a little more expensive. Would I call anywhere in my setting a utopia? No. Alright, what do we got here? Scroll down, scroll down. What happens if you're lost and have no change to buy a bus or train ticket? Well, the first thing that happens is you're stranded there forever. Ever. And you become homeless and destitute, and you turn to a life of prostitution and crime. Not necessarily in that order. Oh, you mean in the extant. Right. So, what would actually happen there, it would depend. But what would most likely happen is, first of all, someone would be like, what the hell is wrong with you? How did you manage this? What circumstance led to this insanity? But, second of all, what would most likely happen is you would get a trip home. And it would most likely, hello, be comped by either, so you could go, you could gain a debt for it. So, you know, you owe them the trip home, under the obvious assumption that you'd be able to pay that debt off later. If it needs to be paid immediately, or maybe you have a really bad credit rating, or maybe your name is Evo, then what might happen is your family could pay for the trip home. I mean, they're not expensive. It is not a hard thing to make happen. Someone would pay at some point, though. So, what currency are you used to that's there? Give me something to work with here. I love how silent the Thresher Moth bites are. Yeah, I've been making a decent chunk of change just roaming. How likely do I think life on Earth would end if the star weapon went off? Probably about a month on the outside. A little bit of German, a little bit of Swedish, a little bit of Norway. Act.
Where is everybody?
Everyone's left. Karak is burning. Sorry. Okay, American money. So, a simple ticket home would probably cost you about $2, for example. Why would the Empire ever use oil?
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
Guess we should head to the excavation site then.
So there's a real-life concept when it comes to trains. It's something that California is running into right now here in the States. It boils down to ticket prices need to be... I'm not going to make this. Oh, yeah. Less than 1 second. Ticket prices need to be high enough to, pay off the train, but low enough so that people will use them. And the problem there is that people who set those prices are morons who have no idea what they're doing. Because they insist on looking at it at a basic mathematic perspective. AKA, well, it cost us X amount of money to get this railway going. Therefore, we need to charge Y amount per ticket. Without looking at any other factor involved in that. Any other factor. And of which there are so many, I don't even know where to begin. One of the problems is, and this is a proven thing, people will tend to use train cars more if those trains are relatively cheaper. Now, if those trains are cheaper, then those trains aren't making as much money, which means they're paying off the debt that was incurred to make the train happen slower. And it is worth noting that if the trains don't make a certain amount of money per time, not per ticket, but per time, then that train will eventually default. Like, they literally will not be able to maintain it. That's a valid thing. But the problem is most people tend to forget one of the most basic economic principles that exists. If you charge less, the barrier for charging, the barrier for entry, is lower, and more people are going to use it. More tickets means more throughput, which means more likelihood of getting all of those seats filled, and making sure that the maintenance cost, which is the important thing, are actually covered. But everyone keeps thinking about making money on the trains, which, I'm just going to say this as blunt as I can, commercial trains, excuse me, passenger trains are not for making money. That's not their purpose in existing. It's not a business. It's a public service. Now, you don't share that drawing, Lavari. I mean, your name's not Lavari. Evo, your name's now Lavari. Afraid I'm going to have to eat a kitten live right in front of you. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's actually funny. Most people, Plutonia is absolutely correct. The money you make from trains is from tax revenue from more people being more productive. Really. That's how that works. That is absolutely correct. It is astonishing to me how many people don't understand how interconnected economies are. And they tend to think of it in just the first or second point of entry, as opposed to thinking about the economy like a massive interconnected web of everything, like it is. God, people are stupid. Sorry. It irritates me how much people who are supposed to be smarter than me, and are supposed to be more experienced at these things, are idiots. But whatever. Moving on. So, to answer your question in totality, tickets for like just your typical passenger trains are very, very low. They are not high price. Now, I had to correct myself earlier, because commercial trains, that's more, commercial rails, that's more about pushing large-scale goods, effectively trying to replace the semi-industry, or the lorry industry if you live in Britain, I believe. Pass, Act. Let's not discuss that today. Let's see what this thing is. Wow, that's interesting. Did I already get that one? I guess we'll just see really quick. I mean, I don't think saying trickle-down economics is a controversial thing. excuse me, I don't think saying trickle-down economics is brain-dead, stupid, and terrible is a controversial thing, because that's because it isn't. Because it isn't. It was a bad idea when it came out, but decades of proof have proven just how terrible of an idea that always was. Yeah, this is not a realm of debate when it comes to trickle-down economics. We have decades of evidence that it's nonsense and terrible, you know? You know what we should do, Bella? Or not Bella, sorry, Retu. We should, like, make a third Mass Effect game and then make it designed for people who've never played Mass Effect before. That's a good idea. Anyways, Nom Nom economics?
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander, we've got a situation that requires your expertise. A group of fanatical biotics have kidnapped the chairman of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies. Their freighter sustained damage and is dead in space. Get in there and take them down.
What kind of resistance should I expect?
The biotics were seen loading equipment into the freighter. Expect traps and combat drones. Nothing you can't handle.
What are the biotics asking for?
They're L2 biotics, and most of them are suffering major side effects from the implants. The subcommittee denied a request for reparations to all L2 biotics. Apparently they'd like the chairman to reconsider.
What's the priority on saving the chairman?
Saving him would be my preference, but we must make it clear that these tactics don't work, Commander. Your top priority is to neutralize the biotics.
Understood, Admiral. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate you taking the time, Commander. I'm sending you the last known coordinates of the freighter. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
Well, I was specifically referring to the way it was applied in the post-World War II society here in the States, J. Palmer. Hence the decades of evidence thing. Yeah, I know, I need to chop off for lunch soon. Is ecology. Is that something you can eat, Evo? Let's do this quest first. That's a good question, Act. Why do people say the Earth is flat? Etology? Oh man, I would totally get into etology.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Oh, there. Move. Not being able to move. That was fascinating. Oh god, they all look like Caden. Who do I shoot? Who do I shoot? Get for not having an axe. I mean, they attacked me as soon as I walked into the room, June Whisperer. I know what you want from me here.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade?
Please, I was trying to help you people.
Let's not do anything we're all going to regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my mind. Seeing you all, it's clear that you all deserve...
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you.
Yes, if you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request.
What, we're supposed to trust you? I'm an L2, like you. Trust me. The commander can make sure that Burns follows through. Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us.
I'm not promising to let you go. All I'm saying is that Burns will take another look. Right, Burns?
Absolutely. I had no idea that the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I'd known, the reparations will come. For whatever it's worth, I promise that.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time. We surrender.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
A 5th Fleet cruiser will be by shortly to pick you and the prisoners up.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on his face, but whatever. One of the more insidious aspects of, let's just call it government. It's not the corrupt government, it's not the evil government, it's the uncaring government. And you're probably thinking, so the government who doesn't give a crap about you. No, that's still not as insidious as what I'm talking about. I want you to put yourself into a mindset really quick, okay? Just bear with me here, alright? I want you to imagine that you are a bureaucrat. You manage requests for, hey, look, space. You manage requests for, I don't know, some specific aspect of government worker jobs, right? For a state. You have literally dozens, if not hundreds, of files that go past your desk every day, and that's your job. And if you're not already getting it, I'll keep going. Because at a certain point, it all just sort of becomes noise. It's all just another name and another number on another paper. And that's it. These are people's lives that you are affecting and changing, and trying to keep that in mind is difficult, if not impossible, because you just have to keep churning through so much.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. 5th Fleet out.
Thanks, Admiral. Yeah, it's kind of a no-win scenario, no matter how you think of it. You know what? Screw it. Let's just finish this last system. Let's just go. You!
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
What makes this uncomfortable?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in. A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead. About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
I understand this must be handled, but I don't have anyone trained to deal with this sort of thing, sir.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It's in the Voyager cluster. That's the opposite side of the Alliance from Turian space. How did it get there?
I don't know. It's possible someone recovered it safely and brought it there. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral. And we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
I agree, Mike Romano. I can't wait to watch more shows about the Voyager cluster. Jay Palmer asked a really good question. I'm still chewing on it. Favorite inventory system in a game? And there's actually a game I'm picturing, and I can't think of which game it is. In that particular game, so inventory had no weight, and there wasn't really, like, inventory slots in the strictest sense. It was just you had a list, right? And you could sort it by quantity or by item type or by name, and it was like sorting a file folder or a spreadsheet, right? It was very intuitive, very quick, very efficient. And it was just, here's this, and this, and this, and this, bam, bam, bam. And you could just keep track of everything very quickly. And you could also search for stuff, and you could search for temporary, like search for specific items or specific types of items. All kinds of stuff like that. It was a very efficient inventory system. It sounds kind of bland, probably because it is. There's no real gameplay there. But it was extraordinarily user-friendly. Which obviously I tend to appreciate. I know I could drive down there on the ground, but why would I do that? I'm in the Mako. Alright, now to answer Evo's question. So Evo asks... I don't have an Evo question on the books right now. That looks like a dungeon. No, I agree. That would definitely be a positive scenario. Probably a multiple positive scenario. Other than that, I said it for years, and then we streamed it, and I reaffirmed my opinion. Resident Evil 4 has a good inventory system. Not every Tetris inventory system is good, but RE4, that definitely was one of them. I liked it. It was enjoyable, it was fun, there was actual gameplay involved, and it was informed through the itemization of the levels and the level design itself. So, big plus on that front. Other than that... Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Jeez Louise. An inventory system that has weight that isn't irritating to me. So by default, my first thought is going to be some kind of survival game, or like a build game where, you know, that's relevant. Oh, you know what? Takoida's right. I actually agree with that. Now, that's not really inventory, it's equipment, but In Mass Effect 3, I actually really like the fact that you can go with more equipment or faster cooldowns. That weight was a part of that. That was actually really cool, and I loved it. One of the many things I liked about Mass Effect 3. Although I never really got into that until I started playing the multiplayer, but it's still true. Well, you see, Mike Romano. Valheim's a good example. I've actually played Valheim. Not on camera. But yeah. Gosh. I'm just trying to think of another one off the top of my head. Back over here. Oof. Had to hack the corpse. Get my axe. God, reviewing Valheim. That would be a thing. Plus to co-op. Uh-oh. Sure. We'll let that one go.
Mine shaft. That's the source of the signal.
A trap. It has to be.
I agree. This thing didn't crash. Somebody moved it here.
They may not know what they have. Let's find it before they set it off.
All right, Shepard.
All my Mako landings are very intentional. So X says, did I hear about the German plan for a free train ticket during the last summer? No, I didn't. What was that? Don't mind sharing. Listen, Goomba stomping is one of the greatest and most venerated pastimes in video game history. I will not hear you speak ill of it, Kevin. Ping to you, Flygand. Oh, and gotta take a drink. Almost out of drink. Okay, let's see. I answered several of these questions. Now let's clean up the question queue a little bit. There we go.
Seismic charge. Someone did that on purpose.
Shepard, at last.
You have me at a disadvantage.
You don't remember me. No matter. I remember you. I never forget anyone I've fought. My name is Ilanos Heliot. I doubt you know it. Who do you think runs the Terminus clan, Shepard, huh? Thousands of pirates, slavers, criminals of every stripe?
In most criminal organizations, it's the one who's recognized as the most successful.
That's correct. The one who kills the most men, seizes the most ships, pillages the most colonies. 3 years ago, I was the strongest. I used my influence to assemble a fleet. We would drive your kind out of the Verge.
You're the one behind the attack on Elysium.
I was the motivator, the instigator, the one who promised glory and riches for sacking the largest human colony in the cluster. The one blamed when it failed. Failed because of you. Your damnable holding action.
My crew will come for me.
Oh, Let them. We'll be ready. An Alliance warship would make a fine prize. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, the ores here are laced with heavy metals. I'm afraid your suit radios aren't powerful enough to transmit out.
We'll find a way out of here.
I rather doubt that. Goodbye, Shepard.
What do we do now, Shepard?
We've got air and light, and the Normandy's still in orbit. Let's look for another way out.
There's no time to get out. You must disable the bomb. Oh, God. In 10 seconds. Okay. Moving on. I was going to say, imagine if you had 10 seconds and had to do that puzzle in 10 seconds. Because that would probably suck. It's okay, we just smeared some Omni gel on it and it just kind of worked out. You know, like you do. So if you remember, we've actually been over here. Well, the end, I guess? Unless he is down... Oh, he is down there right now. Oh, and there's the Mako. How apropos. Interesting act. Yeah, normally I'd say it's sniping time. But we gotta do this proper, like. Although, I'm curious if I could hit this guy with my pistol. Yep. In fact, I'm curious if I could kill this guy with my pistol. No, him. I need to kill him with my pistol, not with me. Although... even though I'd have no skills in it. Towards me, you're making this too easy. It's over. I have the high ground. Only 100 meters. Elliot went through a lot of trouble to draw you here. Pity it ended like this, for him at least. Now that you're above ground, your suit and radio have re-established connection. Time to get out of here. Oh my god. Okay. Not gonna question it. Not gonna question it. Let's get out of here. Now that I'm halfway into my lunch break. But that is, if I'm not mistaken, the last of the planets to check out. I am correct. Come back. More side quests.